like to call to order this Tuesday, May 1st meeting of South Lake Tahoe City Council. And let's start with the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And Susie.
Present for the record are Mayor Fortier, council members Davis, Cole, Grego, and Swanson. Good morning and welcome to the regular city council meeting of Tuesday, May 1st. Before we proceed, as a courtesy to others and to limit interference with our audio and video broadcast equipment, please silence or turn off all cell phones, pagers, and any other type of communication devices. If you are in need of an assisted listening device, please make a request to the city clerk. We encourage and welcome public participation. If you wish to speak on an item listed on the agenda, please complete one of the yellow speaker comment forms which are located in the back of the council chambers on the small podium. Please indicate the item that you wish to speak on and provide it to the city clerk or assistant city clerk Ellen Palazzo prior to the item being heard. Public communication items are limited to 3 minutes, and this is the time for members of the public to address the City Council on items not listed on the agenda. Please note, however, in accordance with the Brown Act, the City Council cannot deliberate or vote on any matter raised under public communications. Comments for all other scheduled agenda items are limited to 5 minutes. The City Clerk will use the meeting timer, which will be posted on the whiteboard to the left of the podium. When you are called upon to speak, please come forward to the podium, state your name clearly for the record, and we respectfully ask that you keep your comments concise, and once the timer ends, to please be seated. The City Council asks that respect be shown to the Council, City staff, and members of the audience, and asks that you please refrain from clapping, booing, or shouts of approval or disagreement during the meeting.
At this time, I'd like to open up the meeting for public comment. We are taking public comment on things that are not on the agenda, and we already have a couple of people lined up.
Before we do that, maybe we should report out of closed session.
Oh, sorry. There is no report out of our closed session meeting, and thank you. Do you have the... I do. And first up, we have Jesse Callan.
Good morning, council members and mayor-elect. My name is Jesse Callan. I'm a local entertainer and a longtime Tahoe resident. I'm here regarding the proposed renaming of Lakeview Commons Park. I recently read the Tahoe Mountain News article in their April paper regarding the offering and the gift of the name Tahoe Lewe by the Washoe tribe. The reason I'm here is that I found out that this proposed name is not being considered by the City Council, based on a recent announcement that was sent out by the City of South Lake Tahoe about the dedication of the Lake Tahoe Commons Park. I was confused when I saw this because I thought it was an open discussion. I have a few questions and concerns about my recent finding that I would like to discuss. First, based on the article I read, my understanding is the Washoe people are offering the name Tahoe Lewe as a gift and a blessing to us, the Lake Tahoe residents. El Dorado County Supervisor Norma Santiago, and I quote, stated that this is a precious historical area where the Washoe people met that represents a place to gather, the people's place, and a beautiful vision that connects this land to the past, present, and future. Very eloquently spoken. In case you have not read this article, I would like to share this with you, a little piece from it. And I quote, given its 6,000-year history, the Washoe tribe has presented the name Tahoe Lewe, which in native language means all the people's place. It's a name the tribe would like to gift El Dorado County in South Lake Tahoe as a symbol of peace, prosperity, and goodness, says Darrell Cruz, Culture and Language Director for the Washoe tribe. As part of this article, Supervisor Santiago says herself, it is solely about what the community wants to call it. I will hear and abide by what the community wants. My question to you is, how was the city and community involved in naming this area the Lake Tahoe Commons instead of Tahoe? Even if it was not part of the consideration early in the process, why wouldn't the council want to give serious consideration to the offering by the Washoe, given that the park hasn't even been dedicated yet? Just in case you have not read some of the community's responses to this article, I would like to read a few of them to you. Ty Polastri of Lake Tahoe Bike Coalition says, I support the name and change in honor and respect for the sacredness of this land and for the peoples who lived in harmony with it for 1,000 years. Their offer is a blessing that will resonate in this land and in this community for another 1,000 years. Tanu Lewe. Doreen George of Lake Tahoe says, most definitely, a positive step for us all. A gift from the Washoe is a gift from the heart. That's awesome. Tressa Bell of Lake Tahoe Community College says, I think it is a wonderful name for such a beautiful place. The meaning of Tanu Lewe seems to fit its purpose already. Every time I walk or drive by there are so many people hanging out already, just enjoying the day and the beautiful view. Thank you, the Washoe Tribe, for its name.
Jesse?
So, what?
Just
Am I done?
Yeah, you're done.
Oh, wow, really? Okay, well, thank you for your consideration and time. Yeah.
Bill Crawford?
Bill Crawford. I've lived in the city since 1967. Good morning to all of you. And the good news is the finches are back. They're beautiful little birds, and they play. They love it. I have a response to Mayor Fortier's April message that I would like to read to you. It's prepared. I will give a copy to the clerk. Enough of Mayor Fortier's purring and patting herself on the back. The present council is just grand, she says. She claims the city is making real progress. Is there unreal progress? She mentions the 2009/2010 grand jury report in an attempt at a backhanded slap at the previous city council. That's an invidious comparison. That must be progress. The mayor says, in our sandbox, we are building the castle together. Not throwing sand at each other. That's one more slap at the previous council. The metaphor is childish, but if the present council is in a sandbox, she ought to know. I suggest the council get out of the sandbox and off the playground. Mayor Fortier says the ice arena is now a moneymaker. That's a stretch. The city manager totally screwed up the contract to privatize the arena. Who knows what the cost is or will be, but it must be progress because Ms. Fortier says so. The mayor's April message is a cock and bull tale, propaganda that doesn't ring true. Perhaps her May message will be an improvement, real progress. Thank you very much.
Angie Watson?
Good morning, your council. My name's Angie Watson. First of all, I'd like to request being put on notice for all future meetings regarding the Loop Road project. I'm not sure exactly what you call it, but it's the new Loop Road, whatever. Anyway, I've lived here for over 40 years, worked we have lived here for 40 years. We've worked hard in acquiring our properties, which are mostly apartment complexes, and keeping them. Very difficult keeping them and keeping them rented, and especially in these economies. But the point is, we want to keep them. And the loop road goes right down our street, takes most of our properties, all of our properties in the path of the loop road on the California side, and then it goes down the street and takes our other property, apartment complex, and then it goes around the corner, quarter mile, on Pioneer Trail no less, and takes all the parking from the front of an 18-unit apartment complex that parks right off the highway, and once that's gone, there's no more parking for that complex. So I believe that this condemnation should be no. This project should be no. If we don't want to sell, we don't want to lose our properties, and we want to keep our properties. Let them look for another route. Not come and just devastate and take all our properties. I say no. And everyone I've spoken to, most of them, have all said no, although they haven't come to these meetings. A few of them heard about this meeting, and they're here. And I'd like to say that anyone who says no, to either stand up or raise your hands. Just so you know. And no. Thank you very much.
Mike McKean?
I'm here. Mike McKean. I've been a resident for 34 years. My property is the Naked Fish, and the Powder House is a direct hit by the Loop Road. I've been trying to work with TDD. Extremely hard to work with. They're trying to gloss us over. And I could go on for an hour why it's bad for the community, bad for myself, and the business people. Last week they had a conference with the business people, and TDD is supposed to produce a video, has not yet, because it's very lopsided in favor of the business people, against the Loop Road. So I'd like to request to be on the agenda and also have a workshop with the City Council to have your support and formally come out against the Loop Road. And I thank you very much.
Judy McCowan?
Hello, my only friend left. Good morning, Council. I'm here on behalf of Supervisor Norma Santiago. Thank you for hearing me. I'd like to read a letter into the record. Honorable Mayor Fortier and council members, thank you for allowing me this opportunity to expand upon the discussion of reconvening the steering committee to initiate a public process to review future project funding, planning, project implementation, and to seek public input. Do you have a copy of this letter? I'm sorry, I passed this out. Sorry, it's coming. I can wait for you to catch up. Sorry about that. And this is regarding Lakeview Commons, the steering committee, and a public naming process. Due to the June 20th dedication ceremony scheduled and the short time remaining, I will focus only on the anxious elephant in the room, the naming of the 56-acre project, which is also known as El Dorado Campground, Lakeview Commons, El Dorado Beach, Campground by the Lake, South Lake Tahoe Recreation Area, and is originally named in 1968 the South Lake Tahoe El Dorado County Recreation Area. On August 19, 2008, at a public meeting of the South Lake Tahoe City Council, the first phase of the 56-acre project was presented, and the name Lakeview Commons was created as a temporary project name, as explained by Deb Vreeland, the then project manager. The name Lakeview Commons was not created in a public or formal process. It was chosen quickly to replace the 56-acre project name to better market the project to potential funders. At that meeting, Mayor Mike Weber suggested a community naming contest. Project manager Deb Vreeland made the necessary contacts and arrangements for such a contest, but unfortunately the name contest did not occur. As you know, the project design was the result of a public process with over 30 community meetings, with the City County Steering Committee directly involved as oversight in the first year. Recently, inspired by the Washoe tribe offering a historic and culturally significant name, Tahoe Lewe, as a gift to the community for this gathering place, I met with Councilmember Swanson and Tahoe Conservancy Deputy Director Ray Lacey to discuss the proper procedures for initiating a review and permanent naming, as well as the current status of the entire project area and the future funding opportunities. Tahoe Lewe translates as the people's place and relates to the traditional indigenous use reflected over generations. While this is a genuinely significant name, I am not choosing or recommending it on behalf of the people or the county. It is a beautiful and generous gesture offered by the native peoples of Lake Tahoe, but this gift merely provided a catalyst for open and inclusive public discussion, input, and decision-making. In reviewing the leases, amendments, and actions throughout the years, this county-owned property operated by the city has been called many things. I am recommending that the city join me in asking the people what they would like to call this gathering place. I realize there isn't much time if we are to meet the deadline of June 20th dedication, but I believe the community is motivated and creative and will find a name they can agree upon and honor throughout the years. I will agendize my intent to work with the city and the citizens of Lake Tahoe on our Board of Supervisors calendar for May 8th, 2012, meeting in Placerville. I hope to report to the Board of Supervisors the city's interest to participate with the public in pursuing a permanent name for this special area. Thank you for your review and cooperation. Sincerely, Norma Santiago, El Dorado County Supervisor. Thank you.
Yeah, and I do have one more question for you, because
Yes.
there's a great deal of correspondence. First of all, we are grateful to the Washoe for the name, but in terms of the public process, there is a letter that is dated, an email that's dated August 26, 2008, to the steering committee that you want to reconvene, basically saying that it was presented to the city of South Lake Tahoe. The project is no longer being referred to as the 56-acre project. We have identified the site with a different name, utilizing that name to go public and private funding sources as we seek to identify funding for further planning, construction, blah, blah, blah. The operating name is now Lake Tahoe Commons. So,
Lakeview?
I'm sorry, Lakeview Commons, my mistake. So I guess my question here in all of this, and maybe this isn't the time to ask questions, but yes, this is the first time council's hearing about it. And secondarily, it would appear that the very group that you had wished to regroup agreed to the name.
Yes. Temporary project name as in 2008, yes.
Okay, it calls it the operating name.
Yes, project, yes.
There'll be comments under committee updates from
Okay.
the CTC point.
And I'll be here for that if you need more questions. Thank
Thanks,
you.
Jean. Appreciate it. Ken Kurtzweiler?
Hi, Ken Kurtzweiler. Some tough acts to follow. One thing I just want to mention, I agree with Jesse and everybody else about the name for the El Dorado Beach, which is originally what it was called. We do have a lack of Native American history here in Tahoe, and most of the things that are right for the community are the most difficult to deal with. And I just feel the Native Americans had it right anyway. I mean, all the men did was hunt and fish, and there was no taxes, and we managed to screw that up. So I think we should go back to an original name for the Washoe. I'm actually here for the Nevada Fire Safe Council on behalf of that. I own and operate Ski Bum Family Incorporated, DBA K&K Services, and one of my businesses is tree service in this town. I have performed over 300 defensible space projects. I worked on the Lake Christopher project, and I worked on the Bijou Park project also. The 50%
rebate that was done and offered by the Nevada Fire Safe, which was done through grants from the federal government, was that you would get a job done, a defensible space on your house, and they would pay up to 50%, up to $1,000. That program went very well. There was another program out there that it was an unlimited 50% payback in certain areas of the surrounding areas, the Lake Tahoe, that they would pay, like I said, an unlimited amount. We would do a job for $3,000. The Nevada Fire Safe would come out and approve it. The homeowner would send 50% or $1,500 to Nevada Fire Safe. They would cash the check. We would turn our invoice into Nevada Fire Safe, and they would pay us the $3,000. As of 9 months ago, the Nevada Fire Safe Council and Andrew List, the gentleman who was in charge of the money, they went belly up, and it was mismanaged, and they have recently sent us a letter telling us and explaining to us that they're trying to get the money back to have the contractors paid, of which every contractor that is owed money is a California contractor. And the average contractor in California is owed over $12,000. 2 contractors in California are owed well over $100,000. Lake Valley Fire Department is owed $300,000. Tahoe Douglas Fire Department is owed well over $300,000, and all of the North Tahoe Fire Department businesses are owed $1.2 million. We just received a letter from the Nevada Fire Safe stating that if you read between the lines, we're pretty much screwed. We will not receive our money. We're not going to be paid for anything, and that they are working with several of the other agencies to get us paid, with the Congressman, Harry Reid, Dean Heller, Tom McClintock, Feinstein, Mark Amande, and I would just like to drop this paper off to you to give you an idea of what we're going through, and we are financially hurting in this area.
Thank you.
Anyway, we have been. Oh, okay. Thank you.
Any other members of the public wish to discuss something that is not on the agenda today? Just come up to the podium and state your name. Anyone else? Oh, here we are.
Good morning, Council. My name is Kurt Carlson. I have the Tahoe Bottle Shop on the corner of Pioneer Trail and Highway 50, and I'm just here to voice my opinion to oppose the Loop Road project also. I hope the City Council takes a really good look at the long-term financial problems that will happen if this project goes through. 30 to 40 full-time employees out of work, business tax loss for the city, potential TOT tax loss for the city, property tax for the county. I've got a long list also. Hopefully we can get a workshop together with you, with Mike, and some of the other business owners in the area also, so we can put an end to this project also. Thank you.
Any other members of the public? Come on up.
Thank you. I signed, but this isn't on the project. It isn't on your agenda. I'm Barbara Perina. I own Side Street Boutique. I've had it for 40 years, just a few years. And I absolutely love my store, but I know this project's going to close it. We have, I've seen it in Carson City. If you drive down there, it's a ghost town. We have, I know that I was talking to Mark, we both have between us about 60 employees. And just in the center, we have a ton of employees. We pay our taxes, we're good citizens, but if you take our bloodline, which goes to the casino, we're going to be closed. There's just no if, and, buts. I talked to the Castillos the other day. I was talking to Gary. He said it's going to hurt him too. They want to put in the middle, close the road, and put, whatever they want to do, little side things with attractions and selling T-shirts. That's taxes that we don't even see. Actually, this is a Nevada project. It's not a California project. We have, in 1991, we did have a traffic problem. It was the casinos were going crazy at the time. They had been hurt with all the Indian casinos. We don't have it's not busy. I come from Nevada and I go to California. It's not busy out there. We don't have a problem. And just think of what the road construction is going to close down for a few years. We've seen it on the roads. We really don't need this project. $69 million should go into, the city. The city needs that money. You know, I mean, there's so many projects that we need up here other than a road to close the businesses down on Highway 50. I just wanted you to take in consideration. We like to be notified for every meeting that you have on this, and we like you to get involved in it too. I think you're all fabulous, and I know that you can see our problem that we have right now. Thank you.
Notify the city clerk, give her your name, address, email address, and she'll make sure you get notified on any issue regarding this
Thank you.
specific
I'll call
proposal.
Susan.
You can also go on the website, and we actually have a subscription service.
Okay.
That you can be notified of agendas and specific agenda items.
Thank you. And not only that, but you close the road. I mean, how are the policemen going to get there, or all the problems that they have? There's no way they're going to get behind there and get out there. How many times do you see a fire engine coming or something going on where somebody's been hurt? You just won't be able to get them through. We just have to, it's just logic. It's just a logical answer to this. And I think we all sit down, we can do it. Thank you.
Any other members of the public who'd like to speak to council on issues not on the agenda?
Hi, my name is Umang Patel, and I'm essentially here on behalf for my mother and father. They own Thunder Chief Inn, one of the businesses on Pioneer and Echo that is, I guess, threatened, if you will, by this project as well. And I apologize if I sound like a broken record after everyone, but I'm just speaking on, I'm the voice for my mom and dad, and we completely oppose this. Being a student, or I grew up here. I was raised here. I completely love being a South Lake Tahoe member. I'm actually on rotations in the Bay, and I drove up here simply just for this meeting. And I'm so proud to be part of this community and come back and give back, because this community has given me so much. It's just a family. And to come back here and to see something like this threaten, I guess, members of the family, members of the community, move them out, it's unheard of. And growing up, I always saw these mom and pop shops. I love seeing them all around the state line, all around the city. And slowly throughout the years, I realized that they're disappearing, and all of these commercialized places were coming, and you lost kind of the soul of South Lake Tahoe a few years ago. And I don't want to see that anymore. I don't want businesses like my parents, some of the restaurants, some of the boutiques being disappeared anymore. And I'm barely trying to learn about everything right now, being so far away. And I understand that you guys want to try and minimize traffic, but trust me, coming from the Bay Area, the traffic here is a blessing. I consider waiting at a stoplight for maybe 3 to 4 minutes an amazing blessing. And I don't think that there is any congestion here. And I can speak on behalf of all my friends who come here and love this place as well. And I'm asking you guys, please don't strip this of what I have always seen it and what we all see this city to be. Thank you.
Other members of the public?
Joanne Connor, president of the South Tahoe Chamber of Commerce. We opposed this project when you first talked about it on your agenda, and we're just here to say we still oppose it. We feel it will hurt California businesses to benefit Nevada businesses. So thank you very much.
Other members of the public wish to speak?
Hi, I'm John Dayberry, and Karen Hauser and I, when Karen was working for the Washoe tribe back in 2000, came up with a concept of an international, non-motorized, the Lake Tahoe Paddle Festival. We finally got it off the ground in 2009, and I'm gifting that to the Boys and Girls Club this year. I'm backing out of the Lake Tahoe Paddle Festival to take on a new project called the World Tribe Canoe, which we will be bringing those people together at the grand opening of the park, regardless of what the people choose as the name, to have a ceremony and a blessing for the park. So I just wanted to say I'm really excited about that partnership, and that this fits right into the geotourism plan and bringing culture to South Lake Tahoe. So thanks for being a partner.
Is there anybody else who would like to speak from the public?
Hi, my name is Lance Silva. I'm the general manager and head chef at the Naked Fish here in South Lake Tahoe. And I just wanted to voice my opposition to the Loop Road project. And hopefully the city council here can be proactive and get a workshop going, get a immediate no to this project. Our building, we need more remodeling so we can expand our business. And remodeling dollars in the restaurant business don't come back very quickly. So 2-3 years down the road, still not recuperate those costs. So the sooner a decision comes to a head, the sooner we can move forward and be a more successful local business. No, I didn't. We have no rice, no fish cut yet. Thank you for your time.
Other members of the public wish to speak? Seeing no one, I'll bring it back to council. And first ask if there are any city commissioners in the audience who wish to make a report from their commission. Seeing none, I will then ask for city council member assignments and reports. Angela?
Because I happen to be on two of the boards that have got a lot of people, it may take some time, so maybe I can either talk and where you at first, or let you all go first if you have briefer updates before I go on with what's been happening.
What did you just say?
Hal, you want to start at your end?
There you go, see?
I guess because I'll be brief. We did meet the Redevelopment Oversight Committee at our first meeting. We got to know each other, introduced each other, and I'm thinking, I'm trying to find the date of our next meeting, but we're going to move quickly. We're going to identify all the assets of the redevelopment agency. We're going to figure out what is the most efficient method to dispose of them and identify which ones are assets, which ones are liabilities. So let me get back to you on the date.
It's
11th, May 11th.
It's the 10th. It's Thursday the 10th.
Thursday the 10th. I think it's at the college.
3 o'clock
isn't it?
at the college.
At the college, yeah. Thanks.
Angela and I attended the Cal JPA last week. We've got another meeting next Wednesday. Our executive director resigned, so we're going to be going through a replacement process for that. Attended the Tahoe Chamber meeting last week, and then there's an airport commission coming up this Thursday. That's it.
I'll go in order here. I met with the managers in the police department, detectives, and sergeants, and just to kind of report back to you all. While there are still there's been a real sense that they are solving the problems that have been created in budget cuts, but they wanted to kind of convey that they're getting tired. Now there is going to be this that at this point there's one shift in particular where on the management level they're trying to do double duty. Also, Frontline is starting to worry, but we have worked with them to see whether we can change some of the hours, and hoping that might help the problem. I was very, very impressed with all the positive things that they are doing. I mentioned the 3 motorcycles that they now have and are quite excited about. They also have been doing a number of new cold cases, which are instrumental, and a much greater monitoring of vacation rentals. The only other thing that they flagged was in our effort to increase special events in the city, we need to keep realistic costs to the police department. For example, on Snow Globe alone, it was $11,000 in overtime. So we need to keep that in perspective as we go forward. I also was at the rollout for the regional plan, the TRPA environmental impact statement, the threshold, the peer review, and it was just swell fun. And I'm sorry you guys could make it. It was just scads and scads of information. And I know we'll talk about that in a little bit more detail, but it is exciting that after 7 years, there's finally something on paper to which to discuss. So there's lots of information out there that's exciting. Councilman Grego and Councilman Davis and I were at the Bonanza Park groundbreaking last night, which is really the culmination of public-private partnership that ended up with a pocket park, something that had been asked for from the Sustainability Commission years ago, and with Edgewood Company's help and the city's hard work, it got done. That's very, very exciting. And finally, I'll bring this up later, but I would like to consider creating a housing task force. I met with Paul Sterling, who has a apartment down in the block area of State Line, and he discussed some of the significant problems that they are having with hotels as apartments. It's a problem that we're facing in the city all over the place, and we need to discuss. It's a problem that's been brought forward to the TRPA in terms of the regional plan, but I would like to later in council notes see if we can't be more proactive in creating a housing task force. So that's what I have. Thank you.
As the mayor indicated, I attended the Bonanza Park opening, the breaking ground yesterday, and we're looking forward for its completion. I think it'll be a real plus for that area of our town. There was no LAFCO meeting last month, so there's nothing else to report.
And then, thank y'all. Just, you know how I can say it shorter or longer. It always goes longer. See, I know. There you go. To tackle a couple of things. One on Lakeview Commons. I will put forward right this minute a formal request that at the May 15th meeting, the council have an agenda item. I think it should be an information and discussion item that could lead to some direction moving forward on issues related to Lakeview Commons. And there are several issues. We have people in the audience who are very concerned about naming. It's been something kicking around the community. I will be very clear that it is not accurate to say this is the first time that Norma has made a formal request to it. It would be unwise to characterize it that there's been no information coming from council, because at least 3 different times in the last 6 months I've been updating on the fact we've been trying to put the steering committee back together to look at naming, to look at other issues going forward. So it's been cooking along. It's just not moved forward as favorably as we'd like in terms of being able to get the steering committee reorganized under the auspices of the CTC to be able to look at this and to do several other things, including thanking the steering committee for their work on the project and then looking at it. The CTC has agreed to put the meeting together. And here are the kinds of things the steering committee needs to do and how it will affect what the city does at its meeting on the 15th. One, this was the first phase of projects. There needs to be work addressed to the campground that the CTC has talked about, to look at future funding for that, to look at the ability to do more development of public and open space, including bike pathways and public areas, and to deal with agreements between the city and the county. So that is where CTC's piece is. At the meeting on the 15th that would deal with this, we need to look at also filling new positions on the steering committee, the naming, and then the city's interest in moving it forward. So I'd recommend a CTC representative perhaps be here, a planning commission report, and then to look at this. Also, I'd like, as part of that meeting, and to help CTC and the public have clarity, while it would be very odd, and I'm sure the press could have a lot of fun with saying we dedicate a park without a name, if there's an issue, I'm also, as a public servant, uncomfortable with feeling we have to be forced forward with a name and an agreement and a public process, if there is to be one, based on an artificial, just a date where we're opening and doing it. The point is that we have an asset. It needs to be cherished and enjoyed, and I think if there is a naming issue, that it move out on its process. And I think that would be all the partners involved at CTC would like to see that handled in a way that's positive. So that's the request for a meeting on the 15th to do it, and to second Norma's request. Secondly, a TTD report. The Loop Road project has been moving forward through the programming and EIS phase for approvals. It is now just undergoing design. We have been meeting on that regularly. I attended a public workshop last Wednesday where I met many of the people who are here today, who are in the project area, who are expressing significant concerns and very vocal concerns that you're hearing that are pointing up the need, I believe, for a special meeting of the City Council to take forward in a more active way the city's perspectives that we wish to have on this project and represent it into TTD. And because as we move from this general programmatic phase, we start looking at the land use issues. And that's really what folks are talking about. The TTD and the consultants could not and have not been able to provide clear, detailed information until they start to get to design. And I'm saying this not just because I believe it, but on the good advice from our planning director on what needs to be done. These planning issues involve not only exactly where do the roads go, how much space are we taking up, for instance, how many residential units have to go to create the kind of barrier you'd want if the road is looped around? Is it economically viable to the city? How does that land use plan fit in? And these would be the topics of discussion, and these are TTD issues. So, and TTD is framing those as issues. Can I go forward if I frame it that way? TTD is concerned about how does this fit with the South Shore Vision Plan, which would probably be the first area plan put forward by the city. How does it fit with the State Line to Ski Run area plan that was conceived in 1991? And how does this impact people? This needs to be brought forward to the council for a detailed discussion to understand where we are. I believe it needs to be an evening meeting so that the public can be part of it and have those questions brought forward and answered, and a formulation going forward. Also, as the TTD representative working in conjunction with staff from the city and the TTD, I also believe we need to have brought forward a clearer plan that shows folks what are the steps. It's written down, but where are the clear points of interjecting public comment, of shaping this project and ultimately determining whether it's good for the city or bad for the city. Right now I have a rough sense, but I was just asked before this meeting, so when do we know if this is a good project? People asking, kill it, keep it. I think the whole council needs to be apprised of that, and as does the TTD board, in understanding this is a public process. Last note from TTD, the staff will still be here on May 15th if the council was amenable to a special meeting around the Loop Road and land use issues. I would believe on the 15th, questions previously requested by the council to be dealt with by TTD should still be dealt with. That includes the fiscal health of Beluga, the status of service, the opportunity for free bus transportation as an option. Is the ferry a viable choice? And what are the other projects going on with TTD, including bike pathways, the regional transportation plan, and federal funding? Should all be handled at that meeting. And the TTD staff are primed and prepared to come for that meeting on the 15th to deal with things then. So those are some requests that we can pick up later at the end of the meeting. Also an update on activities that are happening within TTD and how we should move forward. Just a quick ledge update, because I realize we are already nearly to 10 o'clock and we haven't even gotten to the consent calendar yet. AB 1627, which was the bill that we so strongly took a position against from Dickinson that was already amended, is now dead. And that was the bill that would have prescribed that all new infill and residential development in the state of California would require certification that originally would require that you would have to certify that anyone who would become a tenant, an owner, an occupant of those new facilities would not be driving more than 50 miles in one direction to commute to work, and other things. And it's been weakened down. We are still maintaining our opposed position on any future legislation that comes up, because they're still trying to see this come back in some new form. So that's the updates on those pieces, and Tom and I will be down in Sacramento again soon.
Okay. No other council comments? Let's move to the adoption of the regular and consent agenda. Is there any member of the public who wishes to pull something from the consent calendar? Have we had any requests?
I have no requests.
Okay, then I will bring it back to council and start with Bruce. What?
I just want to say that.
I'm sorry, what?
Go ahead. Yeah, I'm going to abstain from number 7.
And I just want to comment. I'm passing out to you on number 7, consent item number 7. In the agreement, there was a mistake as to who would be the primary contact person. So that is being passed out to you with the replacement of the name. It'd be Chris, and his last name is Barckett. Brackett.
Angela, anything on the consent agenda that you wish to pull?
I just have a comment on item 4, or question related to item 4. It doesn't need to be pulled. Anyway, so I have a question on item 4.
Okay, and Bruce, you are abstaining from item 7. Anything else you would like to? Okay. Tom?
4, 5, 6, and 7. I'm just
4. Oh, great. Oh, good. Okay.
I want to see your reaction.
Well, anything else anything you want to?
Since it looks like 7's not going to be pulled, I just wanted to comment that it is so refreshing to see a local kid, I call him a kid because I'm not, being so involved in our community and creating this stand-up paddle. It takes a lot to create an interest and get to this level now that he was going to take over a facility and run it. I just can't be happier that somebody local and as motivated like Chris is going to actually participate in our Lakeview Commons, whatever that project is.
Here's your challenge. I'll do it if you'll do it.
Chris, I just wanted to thank you personally for all you've done for the community. I think you're a great asset.
I was going to try stand-up paddle if I do it.
We didn't pull it.
If we're going to discuss this, then Bruce
Then
has
we-
got to recuse himself.
Oh,
and
so we
step
might
out.
discuss it later.
Okay.
Okay.
Do you wish to pull it, Hal, or did you
I didn't
just
wish
would-
to pull it, but would you like to pull it and have it?
I just wanted to say if I can.
Then we will pull
Then
item
we'll pull
7.
it for discussion.
Oh,
Okay, we're pulling
I'm
item
new to
7.
all
Hang
this,
on
so-
just a minute. We're not there yet. So we're going to pull item 7. We'll be back to that in just a minute. Okay, thank you. So, do we have a motion on items 1, 2, 3, 5, and 6?
So we'll move to accept consent.
There's no vote.
There's no vote button.
Let's do it by raising hands. Oh, there it is.
Here we are. Okay, and those items
That
pass.
motion's unanimously carried.
Item number 4, Angela, you wanted to bring
Yep,
that
my
forward.
question was directly related to the PSA itself, but that I've asked questions before on long-term, having staff take a look at how we bifurcate activities when we get to construction phases on projects, like on which projects it's appropriate for one consultant providing construction inspection services, you know, and those kind of review services, and where they should be an independent consultant or where it should be bundled in to the services going. And we haven't had an update on it, so this was an opportunity to ask the question if staff have been internally looking at that to making sure we're starting to apply good protocols for when those should be bundled services and when they should be separate services for accountability.
Sure. Sarah Husong Johnson, Director of Engineering. We have considered that, and we have considered Council's request that we look at separating where appropriate the engineering design from the inspection services. In this case, we're recommending moving forward with Wood Rogers for inspection. In this particular case, they did also perform the design. However, we are recommending moving forward with Wood Rogers as essentially the city's inspection service provider for 2012 based on their track record of the past 3 to 4 years of very excellent inspection services. We feel that, we went out for a competitive RFP in 2010 for this service and have used, at this point, probably 3 to 4 different consultants for this service in the past couple of years, and we feel that Wood Rogers is providing a superior service in this area, and that's why in this particular case we do have the overlap. However, that's not intentional. That's more a factor of us choosing the best person for the job.
So in this case, because the conflict, just to explain in case someone doesn't track it, is that it can be awkward in many areas of construction, especially vertical construction, for someone to have designed to then be the owner's representative to inspect to make sure the work is being performed in the best interest. You can have that financial conflict in doing that. And so in this case, I trust your judgment to do it, but that's why we've asked about that before, and to look at when that opportunity exists to make sure there isn't an overlap where it would be unreasonable to expect the construction inspection service provider to be at a conflict because they've also got design.
Yeah, I think on a case-by-case basis, that could be a conflict of interest, and I think it also does depend on the professional service individual that you're utilizing for that work. We have not found that to be the case with Wood Rogers in particular, and as I mentioned, I think we feel that they are the best candidates for this job based on their previous experience and the excellent service they've provided the city in this area. So that's why we're recommending moving forward with this award.
Thank you. That was all I wanted to do, is just to make sure that the staff had a chance to report on the work they've been doing to help this, because I think this is part of those concerns we've had with contracts before and overruns and the like, that it's just part of an increasing professionalization on our staff and how they look at managing these projects. So thank you.
Any other conversation, discussion on item 4?
Are we ready to move? Oh.
Oh, I'm sorry. Any public comment on item 4, award bid to Han Construction?
It's to Wood Rogers.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's
Yeah.
a professional
I apologize. Professional services agreement between the City of South Lake Tahoe and Wood Rogers for construction inspection, blah, 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 of El Tahoe Erosion Control Project. Anyone, member of the public, wish to discuss this issue? Seeing no one, I'll bring it back to council.
I'll move the item.
Second.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I'd hit it.
That motion's unanimously carried.
Okay. Item number 7, agreement between the City of South Lake Tahoe and South Tahoe Stand-Up Paddle for concessionaire services at El Dorado Beach Boat Launch Facility. And maybe we can hear from Chris. Introduce
guys.
yourself, please.
Thank you. Chris Brackett here, longtime local boy. Home sweet home. You know, I've traveled different places and been other places. You always come home and you go, wow, I'm so blessed and so thankful to live here. And just growing up, I mean, watching Hal, I was a little guy driving through Meeks, and there's the big guys, you know. And but yeah, years go on, you grow up and you kind of mature, and I'm excited to be a part of the city and partnering with the city and all the things that have happened the last, you know, this will be our 3rd season, and it's been amazing just to see the community pull together and families and friends. When you see a lot of vacant storefronts and things that are not looking so good, and I got slow on work, I can't not be slow, and that's how the shop started. If the construction economy hadn't taken a hit and all those things that have happened, but new adventures, exciting. And the new park is absolutely amazing, and the things that can be done in the future. It's really a good thing. Parks are a place where people can gather. It's a third place. And I never thought about this stuff before, because you're always in the woods, building a house. All I knew was there was more cars in town. It took longer to get to Meeks. And now it's like front and center, and watching, and I've learned so much, and stoked and happy to be a part of everything. And it's a world-class park. I want to do world-class service and bring people to town, happy people doing happy things. So grandma's the little 3-year-olds, and all you guys do, come on out. So thank you.
Any other public comment on this item? Seeing none, I bring it back to council.
I would gladly move that we award the concessionaire service at the boat launch facility to Tahoe Stand-Up Paddle.
I'll second that motion.
Brackett.
That motion carries.
Okay. First, we'll invite Bruce to come back and join us. And we are going to now start with our public hearing part. We're looking at the 2012 base year rate application by the South Tahoe Refuse Company, a proposed rate increase of 4.97.
Good morning, Mayor Fortier, members of the council. I'm Hillary Roverud, Director of Development Services. We have before you the 2012 base year rate application by South Tahoe Refuse Company. Just a little background for you. On May 31st of 2011, South Tahoe Refuse submitted a base year rate adjustment application for a fee increase of 10.58% for ratepayers within the city. The Solid Waste JPA Board approved a contract with New Point Group to review the rate application and provide a recommendation also on how to handle funds received by South Tahoe Refuse for construction of the resource recovery facility that were in excess of the costs of that construction. The Solid Waste JPA Board gave direction at their March 22nd of 2012 meeting to include a credit to the ratepayers in the rate application review to account for the $4,722,285 in excess revenues with a 6-year payback period. With that factored into the rate review application, as well as a detailed review of the revenues and expenses reported in the rate application, New Point Group recommended a rate increase of 4.97% for City of South Lake Tahoe ratepayers. At their April 6th of 2012 meeting, the Solid Waste JPA Board approved that rate increase. So the recommendation is forwarded on to the local jurisdictions. So you're here today to consider this 4.97% base year rate increase for South Tahoe Refuse.
Any questions of staff? I have a couple.
I got a couple too when you get a chance.
The initial rate increase was for almost 11%, correct?
Correct.
What was that rate increase based on, since there's a significant decline not only in the amount of residential collections as well as commercial collections, but also a significant decline in the cost for the landfill itself? So what did the JPA, I guess it was, determine? I mean, how was that number determined?
The original application?
Mm-hmm.
Well, keep in mind that original application did not factor in the payback of the excess revenues from the resource recovery facility. So a good portion of the review that reduced that rate down included factoring that in. In addition, there were several expenses reported by South Tahoe Refuse due to increase. There is projected direct labor expenses associated with wage and benefit increases for employees, as well as increases in benefit costs. Let me find the list here specifically. Health insurance expense increases and workers' compensation expense increases, a pension expense increase, and a cost of living adjustment. Correct. There are also some operating costs increases related to financing of the resource recovery facility.
Why would there be an increase in the financing of it?
You know, I'll let the South Tahoe Refuse representatives explain that in a little more detail. It's fairly new to me, and I'm sure they will be much more articulate about that.
Okay.
And also some decreases in revenues related to the recycling buyback and the both residential and commercial revenue decreases. So with all of those things factored in, that's where the financial consultants recommended the 4.97 rather than the over 10% rate adjustment.
Tom?
On page 7 of the New Point Group revenues, talks about STR estimated residential collections are to decrease by 159.40. 2010-11, this decrease reflects the combined impact of the 2011 rate increase.
Tom, is your mic on?
Of the 2011 rate increase, so they have a rate increase and their revenue goes down. Is that, am I reading that correctly? And then the project, and I understand foreclosures and all that stuff, but it says due to the combined impact of a rate increase, it trended down on revenue. Usually it should be the opposite. It's mandatory,
Well, it's associated with the trend over time that they're seeing in terms of the reduction in customers.
So will this rate increase drop their revenue even more? You said it did.
I don't have an answer to that particular question. That's a recommendation from the consultant, and I don't know the details of that.
It's confusing. Page 5, new points. It says rate year 2012 STR projections compared to rate 2009. Now, is this this is for STR's revenues and expenses, correct? For example, it shows office salaries are down 19.21% in 2012 over 2010, correct?
Right. It has the 2010 actuals and then the base year projection. Okay. So that's what's projected.
So then I go down to allowable operating profit, and it shows that the profit's going to go up 73%, 967 from 2010 to 1,681 for 2012. I don't understand why the big jump there. That's huge. That's actually the major, other than the principal, which you explained earlier.
Right. I guess I'd have to look at that chart in more detail. I was following with more of the text recommendation that has some increases and some decreases in revenues. That
I'm not debating. I know the contract guarantees a profit, which they have to make a profit to stay alive.
Right.
That seems to be a huge jump. I could see it going up 10%. Now, this is before or after the proposed rate increase. Do you know?
Let me look here at that particular table.
I mean, it just stands out on the balance sheet as huge. $714,000 increase. And then the other question I had was...
Right, so this table reflects the application that was submitted by South Tahoe Refuse.
Okay, so that's their numbers.
Yes.
Okay, so that's a concern I have. Now, this increase they're requesting, and I was trying to glean it out of the report, some of it's going to go to employee in benefits. We understood that. And,
correct.
And hopefully some employee COLAs or pay raises. Did
correct.
I see that
they have...
the line employees I'm talking about, not the management.
Right. I went through the increases in expenses associated with their benefits, as well as an increase in their pension and a COLA.
Now, I understand, and they do hard work. I'm not questioning that at all. I saw them this morning out there at 6. But the question I have for you on what's the rate of return for profit per our franchise agreement with South Tahoe Refuge? Because we're jumping, if I'm reading this right, and correct me if I'm wrong, we're jumping 73% from 967 in 2010 to 1,681,000, a $714,000 increase.
Again, that's based on the application. That is not the 4.97 recommendation.
So that would be in addition to
that section. No, that section of the report is summarizing the numbers that were submitted by South Tahoe Refuse when they were requesting the over 10% increase.
I guess my question then is, if we grant the 4.95, which I don't have a real big problem with, is this number change, or is this number included in that?
I'm going to look here because I think there is another table at the end that has those numbers associated with the recommended increase here.
I just concerned when you see that kind of a jump. That's huge.
Correct.
So if I'm incorrect, I need to get corrected, or at least an explanation. Silence?
So, no, it's probably something
no,
that we
it's
can
in
ask
table. It's on page 27 of that same report.
I guess my question is it, whether it's 1,600,000 or 9, is this consistent with the franchise agreement for the profit they're allowed?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And I'm sorry, but it's on page 27 is the updated table based on the consultant's recommendation. But my photocopy here is very poor, and I can't quite read that number. But I can get that for you.
Okay.
It's there in line 14 on the table on page 27.
That would be
I don't know if your copy's any better than
89.
mine.
It's gone from, I think, 93 to 89.
What page?
It's on page 27, and reflects a little bit different, the numbers. Bruce, questions?
When a property is taken over by a bank in a foreclosure, do they not pay the monthly garbage bill? It's mandatory.
Excuse me.
Residential.
And we do have delinquent fees.
Went up.
And right.
It says in a staff report, 100 and
My question is, will that be flushed out at the time that property is resold?
I would hope so. It does go as a lien on the property once they go through the delinquent fee hearing process. But that, predicting when that'll occur is difficult.
Instances where the foreclosing entity has escaped that obligation?
I do not know. I have not tracked that closely.
Let me ask City Attorney, do you know?
Well, I haven't been tracking it, but generally it would not escape that process.
So basically, these accounts receivable, in effect, will eventually be paid.
With the delinquent charges, yeah.
Right.
Yes.
Can I actually comment on that? We have a lien process that we coordinate. Finance Department coordinates with South Tahoe Refuse, and we're actually just beginning that process. And the delinquent accounts go through a hearing process and are eventually placed on the El Dorado County property tax rolls for collection. There are times when they go into foreclosure, it becomes more difficult and problematic to collect on that. But when the property is sold, that is collected through property taxes. And I just saw the property tax bill come through. It was about $70,000 last year that was assessed and collected. We got that through the property tax distribution yesterday. So there is a process to address the delinquent accounts.
Okay, thank you.
My understanding from being on the board last year was that the real variable in the rates and the cost of operation for them and the income is not the residential, which is fixed. It's the commercial side. Is that correct, Hillary? And perhaps Jeff or John could give us some more information on that. My understanding is that when we've had in the recession, they've gone months sometimes with not making collections at the place. I've had motel owners tell me that they didn't need to pick up once in a month, where they would need it several times. So that seems to be a huge, the big variable in the income. Is that correct?
Right. They've reported a reduction in revenues in both residential and commercial, but the majority of it is in commercial.
It's commercial that does it. My concern was watching and being more aware of what's going on at the state legislative level is with this increase, my understanding, there were two issues I understood were going on in moving forward on this. One is without a rate that the state is requiring more and more diversion, more recycling has more goals with what we are doing as part of sustainable community issues, and that it keeps jumping through new legislation and through existing mandates that had phase on. Was it 2015, 2016? I think 18 are big years where things are moving. So my question is, one, is this rate increase necessary to be able to continue our level of diversion efforts and to continue upping it based on what the state's requiring us to do, so that we do it without an interruption in service? Because at one point in speaking with representatives at South Tahoe Refuse, they were concerned that if there wasn't a rate increase, we'd really come up with having to maybe make some adjustments in that level of the different services being provided and the diversions that went on within it. So I would like to know how we're looking for current requirements plus the new state mandates that have come through. There are some new mandates as of January 1st, is my understanding.
Right. The MRF and the Resource Recovery Facility are meeting our requirements for recycling diversion. They are currently doing that. So with the legislation that takes effect July 1 of this year, anybody who brings their refuse to South Tahoe Refuse will be also complying with that recovery rate, because their refuse will be going through the MRF facility and the resource recovery facility, and will get the credit for that same rate that they're experiencing at the facility now. So we have been began discussions with South Tahoe Refuse on the implementation of that legislation. The first efforts are mostly education. There won't be a significant need to change operations. We will need to address the multifamily residential properties a little bit differently, and providing them with an opportunity to do blue bag recycling similar to the single family, which may increase the recovery rate at the MRF a little bit. But it's mostly the efforts of just educating people to help them to understand that when they do send their refuse to South Tahoe Refuse, that it is being recycled, and it is a requirement of state law now that the commercial as well as residential above 4 units recycles.
Any other question? Oh, sorry.
The question one other way. If the rate, and New Point's given us an outside validation that this is a reasonable rate increase based on services provided and the way the contract is set up, not only
Correct.
for ourselves, but looking as being part of a JPA, so that this is affecting El Dorado County and Douglas County.
Right.
So for the three parties. If this was not approved, I guess maybe that was more to the point of my question, would there be a potential compromise in the level of activities going on with South Tahoe Refuse when it comes to those diversionary efforts? Or what would be the outcome?
I would ask that South Tahoe Refuse answer that question during public comment, because they would be more familiar. Thank you.
John, are you addressing this?
Good morning, council members. Mayor Fortier, John Marchini with South Tahoe Refuse Company, and I know there are a couple questions on the table right now, so I'll do my best to answer them as we go along. Ms. Swanson, to answer your question, it could have an impact on our current diversion programs. We will do every effort possible to continue our customer service and to continue the level of diversion that we're getting right now. But yeah, the answer to your question is yes, it could have an impact on that. Just for a little backup clarification, maybe the current mandate is 50% with the state of California. We actually have an agreement with the city to be at 55%. Our current diversion rate right now is 66%. So we are meeting and exceeding those diversion goals. However, the mandates are going to get very strict, and they're going to go up to 75%. And to get from 66% to 75% will be a big challenge. It really will be for us to do that. We can do it, absolutely, but that'll be a challenge.
What's the timeline on that? I can't remember.
Well, I think ultimately there are different timelines
Right.
through this process, but the ultimate timeline is 2020. Is that correct? 2020. Mm-hmm. And Mr. Greco, yes, we work very hard to be able to collect those debts that you were referring to earlier through the lien process. However, those debts, they don't go back. They will go back into the budget once they're collected to offset any rate exposure through the next couple of years, is how that works.
The reason I asked the question was beyond the scope of this. I have read that some other cities, for example, because they don't want to create a blight situation, start passing legislation to make sure that the banks that foreclose on these houses maintain them, keep them in some reasonable shape. And I was just inquiring to see whether there was a need to do something at this level to try to make sure that these payments are made by the bank instead of waiting for a sale to occur. And that was my concern.
Okay.
That was why I was looking at that.
Okay, great. Thank you. I think that I'll have to have our controller, Terry Treese, to come up if you need more clarification, Mr. Davis, on the question that you had earlier.
Yeah, John, and again, I'm just want to make sure I'm reading it right.
Okay.
I may not be reading it right, but for example, direct labor went up a little bit, and I assume direct labor is your line employees, which they work hard.
Yes, they do.
And I assume in this rate increase they'll get another little bump. They do the bulk of the work.
Yes, and they haven't received one since '08.
I saw that. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
And then your office salaries went down 19%. So obviously you did some reorganization.
We did.
Went down 244,000. That's a lot.
We did.
So you did some work there, like all of us, rest of us had to do. I understand the fixed income side, but you also have costs that rise. You may have a fixed income that was derived 5 years ago, but those costs still have gone up. Fuel cost, how much has that gone up?
Oh, it's gone up considerably for us. Yes, sir.
A lot. And then general and administrative costs are pretty flat, 0.60. I just don't understand how we get to the allowable operating profit, which seems, in my opinion, I could see if it goes up 10, 15%, but 73% is a big jump. $714,000. Now, I assume that goes to the partners in the company. Retained earnings, I don't know how you account for it. Or does some of it going to go back into operating? Does the board make a decision to take that and buy new equipment with that? Employee benefits? I don't know. That's what I need somebody to answer for. I'm just saying from my due diligence, that seems like a pretty huge jump from 967. And the other question I had was, does that include this 4.92 request, or is that going to be an addition?
Okay. Okay, if it's okay.
I mean, these are fair questions.
I'd like to offer, I'd like to have my coworker, Terry Treese, he's a controller of Saltar Refuse, to come up and provide the clarification on those.
Okay.
Hi, good morning. Terry Treese with Saltar Refuse Company. Yeah, the rate application, it does include the profit that the company earns is provided for in the contract.
It does or does not?
It does.
So this 4.29 would reflect into that 73% increase?
Correct. And then the profits from the company, it's not a pure profit that's passed on to the shareholders or the owners. That money's reinvested to make loan payments, a lot of the financing activities that we do, it gets reinvested. The bank that we have our loan through restricts the money that the owners can take out until the loan balances get paid down. So they're very restrictive on what money can be taken out of the company.
Now I'm a little confused because you have the principal and interest payments on a balance sheet on page 8. You've accounted for those.
Correct.
So now you're saying, in addition, that the 714 would be used for that also, but it's not reflected in the balance sheet.
The calculation, when you calculate how they set the rates, normally you look at a depreciation cost would be the actual expense that would go through the rates. Under the terms of this contract, they don't use depreciation, they use the actual principal payment on the loan. So that was the way this contract was negotiated. We don't use depreciation expense. So it shows that number in the calculation.
So some of this 714 could go back to the line employees, and that would be a decision of the board too. But see, the problem, that's one-time money. You can't be guaranteed that next year or the year after it decreases expenses. Now, if fuel costs go down, I assume you're going to come back and ask for a reduction?
That's why they reset every year that this goes through, but that's a good point.
We've done it once before.
Because last year when the fuel costs went up, we were in a CPI year. We were only allowed to get the CPI. So if the fuel costs go up higher than the CPI, STR has to absorb that extra cost. When we hit a reset year like we're at right now, you're evaluating total revenues against total expenses and compared to the allowed profit that the contract provides for. And that's the rate adjustment that comes forward.
What is your cost of fuel increase over?
It was a 40% increase last year.
So what's the cost now?
It stayed up. It's about $4.20 a gallon is what we're paying for diesel.
No, I understand it, but total cost for the year?
The total cost for the year?
Yeah.
I think it was up. It's around the 5% level.
But total dollar cost over last year?
How much
fuel cost total?
Roughly $150,000.
And then last year it was about 130 or 110?
Yeah, around there.
Well, okay. And it's not going down a little bit?
It's going down a little, but it's stabilizing. Okay. It's not, people were concerned it was going to go up to $5 a gallon. It doesn't look like that's going to happen.
We hope not.
Yeah, and I do want to thank you guys. You guys do a wonderful job. I got to say, it rates very high on our survey. They're out there at 5 in the morning in the middle of the winter, snowstorm, otherwise collecting garbage. That's a tough job. That's why I hope some of this would go back to the line employee.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I'm sorry. Question for you. You talked about the contract, and I know you probably answered this question, but what does the contract state in terms of profit?
The profit in the contract, you look at different items that we have. So some of the costs we get no profit on. So example, interest costs, franchise fees, there's no profit. It's called a pass-through cost. There's other, because we have very little involvement in doing anything with those costs. The operating type costs, the labor costs, disposal costs, those we get a profit on. The profit is set by the diversion level that we have. So at the high end of the profit scale, if we exceed 33% diversion, then you're entitled to an 87% operating ratio, which is roughly a 15% profit margin for those costs that we're allowed profit on. The pass-through cost you get a zero profit on, but they just go through the rate calculation. So overall, it ends up being roughly, if you, with all things thrown in, it's about a 10% profit that the company would be entitled to after everything's calculated. And we reset during the base year to the 10%. There's no guarantee if costs go up more than what we are approved for the rate increase, then we aren't going to realize that. So that's where it puts the burden back on the company to keep operating costs down, which is challenging, which everybody faces right now. When the revenues fall, we do what we can to not impact programs, to keep the programs in place, but you can only do so much, and that's where we're back at around roughly a 5% increase today.
And to get back to the issue, because obviously in these times, even if it feels justified and there's a high-quality service, in a community with such heavy unemployment and underemployment, it's very hard for anybody to very comfortably just pass on or to nonchalantly pass on a rate increase. Looking at it, though, I am looking in the contract on page 29. There is a limitation on officers' salaries that it continues to be capped even within the new rate setting manual and moving forward, correct?
Absolutely.
I think that's important
Absolutely.
for the public to understand that the officers in the company are not just pocketing all this new income and moving forward.
Through our agreements with you guys, our agencies, and then also to back it up through our agreements with the bank.
And that officer salary is 6% of the gross revenues? Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Other question for you. You say that you have the blue and the green bag program, but you all don't pay for those bags. The city does?
The JPA currently pays for the cost of the blue bags, yes.
Any clue how much that is?
It's approximately $80,000 a year for all the service areas, El Dorado County and also Douglas County, Nevada, and the city of South Lake Tahoe.
My next question is, because you all are having such a good, doing so well in your materials recovery facilities, is that cost actually necessary? Do we need blue and green bags?
Right now, just for clarification, we only do a blue bag program, and that's for the mixed recyclables. We currently pick up the green waste, the yard waste, in the existing bags that customers are bagging it in. And I do feel that the blue bag program is very important. It was a way, for so many years, since 1994, we've been doing the recycling at South Tahoe Refuse for our community. And there became this huge disconnect between us and our customers. And we realized that our customers wanted to be a huge part of our recycling program. So that's why we rolled out the blue bags. So the blue bags go out to our customers who really want to be involved and be a part of our programs. And for those who don't, maybe they're a second homeowner, maybe they're a vacationer, we're still capturing their materials through our materials recovery facility. But yeah, it's a big bonus. We've realized maybe a 1 or 2% increase in our diversion because of the blue bags. The material is slightly cleaner, so we can also realize maybe a higher net amount when we go to sell those materials. So I do believe that that is a benefit for our community. Absolutely.
Oh, but essentially it's an $80,000 benefit in terms of we're paying you guys $80,000 for a 1% cleaner return on recyclables?
It is. There's an inherent increase for the bags that the JPA is currently covering. But yes, we're getting a higher diversion of the materials that we actually can sell to the markets. That's kind of the crucial part here. Those are the materials that we can actually capture. The cleaner that those materials are, the better return that we're going to get from those materials, which then goes back into the budget to help keep these increases down.
Hal?
Just so I'm clear, 10% operating margin is fairly generous in this environment, and that's due to the fact that you're so much above what you're mandated to do in recycling. Mm-hmm. So I would assume, and maybe I'm not, shouldn't be, is you're taking then that excess operating margin to reinvest so that you're prepared. Because when you go to 75%, your allowable profit's going to be reduced significantly unless you. So is that the strategy then? Is to reinvest, because I know small jumps in recycling sometimes takes huge amounts of investment because you almost have to change the way you do business.
Go ahead.
The way that they have the rate structure set up is that we come in every 3 years for one of the, they call it a base year reset, and it's really geared. If you needed to do a substantial new program, you would ideally look to implement that every 3 years in a base year. So in this last round, we've opened the resource recovery facility. Now we're going through optimizing that, and that's going to carry us, as far as we can get. If that doesn't get us to the 75%, then we would have to evaluate what other programs may we need to undertake, and there probably would be costs with that. But
if you were right at the diversion rate, was it 62% or?
Our current diversion rate is
50%.
66, but the mandated rate right now is 50.
If you were at the mandated rate of 50%, what would your allowable operating margin profit be?
It would still be the same. It's the 87% operating ratio, which is roughly a 15% profit margin on those costs you're allowed to.
So I thought your profit ratio was dependent upon your diversion rate.
It is. As long as we stay above 33%, it's not incremental. So if we go from 50 to 51, we don't get extra profit on that.
I see.
As long as we stay above the 33%, we're at the maximum profit level.
And then if you're below it, would you get dinged?
Then if we go below 33%, the profit margin drops from an 87 operating ratio. It would go to an 89, 90, which is like a 14 to 13%. It goes back the other way. So the idea was to incentivize us to want to do the recycling, make there be a business justification beyond just wanting to do the right thing and recycle, have a financial incentive to do it.
Okay. I got into this late. Thank you, Angela.
She's so happy.
Well, I guess I could take full credit. When Angela was on the board, it was a 10% rate increase, and now that I'm on the board, it's 4%. So, no, I'm not going there. I just saying I got into this a little late after a lot of this was done. So it's a learning curve for me, this whole process.
So I think what I'm not understanding is it was essentially you were requesting a 10%. Roughly a 10% rate increase, and you're saying because you have money left over from your the resource recovery bond, you therefore are able to reduce it by essentially 5%. When all that goes away, in what is it, 7 years?
It's 6 years.
So when that all goes away in 6 years, are we suddenly going to be getting a 15% rate increase?
It would be a huge rate shock. You're exactly right. The original plan had called it to match the credit with the loan repayment over a 12-year period. The JPA opted to use a 6-year, specifically to lower this rate increase down as much as we could and not put us in violation of our bank covenant. So they accelerated the credit to a 6 years. So for the next 6-year period, it's going to really drop the required rate increase. But after that 6 years, you're going to see a big rate jump at that point. So that's something we would have to address down the road, either to look at, what operational cuts we could make, if possible, to offset that huge credit amount.
So in 6 years, this is going to be a nightmare scenario. Am I correct?
Unless the state makes some changes down there, something we need to talk about with lobbyists.
We hope not. But this will, it'll definitely have a consideration in 6 years when we're going through this rate review process. Absolutely.
But we had to take some decision on, a $4 million rebate. Is it all at once and you get a one-time? The 6-year seemed to be something to even it out a little bit. But you're absolutely right. When we stop crediting this $4 million against their profits, 6 years from now is going to be a wake-up call.
Yes, sir, Mr. Cole, and that's what it came down to. We worked very hard. We were very diligent about the best way to approach this, not only South Tahoe Refuse, but with staff, with the JPA board, to try and realize that credit back to the customer sooner, as quickly as possible.
And if I understand it right, too, because of the way this is structured, you can't just sit on that money, that it's not appropriate to just hold on to it knowing that at some point rates will go up at a faster trajectory. They're apples and oranges that are mixed together in the whole financial package, but when there was less money required dealing with the RRF, then it needed to be rebated back to the taxpayers. I mean, that alone does have to happen, because I see where you're going, Claire, with not wanting to burden taxpayers with a higher tax increase, but that it did need to be dealt with to get a rebate back to the taxpayer.
That was the consensus by everybody, including South Tahoe Refuse, that we wanted to see them realize that benefit as quickly as possible. Excuse me.
The other hope that we had, too, is within 6 years, hopefully the economy is rolling again. And if our revenues recover, it wouldn't be maybe at 10% like we were originally facing today, that it could come back into a more normal level. So we bought 6 years, and the feeling was whatever could be done to minimize this increase today, we need to do it. So that was the JPA's decision to use a 6-year payback.
Question for you. What happens in terms of your plan if you have this rate increase? Because again, we go back to the issue of profitability, but you are looking at COLA of 3.33 in 2008, 2009, and even in January 2011 there was 1.5. Because we are in a very, very bad economic situation. What about that?
The real struggle that we have, when the loan was made with the bank, that was done pre-recession. So the profitability that the bank holds us to is our pre-recession profits. This current increase, it's barely putting us into compliance with the covenants. And the only reason it's a big issue, if we miss a bank covenant, the interest rate that we pay is tied to us staying in compliance. Right now, we pay about a 1.5% interest rate on the loan. If we miss that, chances are that the interest cost will go up $200,000 to $300,000 per year, which is a cost that goes back into the rate. So then you're right back to having an even larger rate increase when you started.
So you say the bank is holding you to a, 73% profitability?
The bank doesn't. The bank uses an EBITDA figure, which is a profit number adjusted for various items. So we're held to the same profitability that we would have had back in 2007 when our revenues, when you adjust the revenues for rate increases, our revenues were much greater when the commercial businesses were booming, when the construction industry was booming. That's all scaled back significantly, and we've tried to make up for those decreases in revenue by cutting costs, but we can only cut so much and not dip into that overall profitability. And we are on the razor's edge right now. And that, again, was another discussion. We had requested, instead of a 6-year payback, if they could even use a 9-year to give us a little cushion, and they felt the 6 years is what we needed to do. So it puts the burden back on us to be as efficient as possible with this money that comes in order to not miss those covenants.
Okay. Any other questions from council? Thank you, and I'm going to open it up for public comment.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any members of the public who wish to address this issue? Seeing none, I will bring it back to council for deliberation. Thoughts?
After sitting through the 2 of the hearings, and I think that Angela sat through a lot more than I did, that this is an appropriate use of the surplus monies that are left over to amortize them over a 6-year period. And I would move approval of 4.97 base year rate increase. It's consistent with their contract, with our covenants, and with our pledge to the public to return the money that is in excess back to them.
Press the motion button.
Yes, the motion to approve the rate.
He did, and I'll second the motion for the same reasons, that it has been vetted out thoroughly with a lot of discussion. It's unfortunate. I understand for our residents to feel that they have costs going up, but it was a very long process negotiated with 3 agencies, looking at what's going on. So I feel it's in the public's interest, or it's in the appropriate interest.
That motion carries.
Okay, moving along. Next item on the agenda, annual public hearing for continued snow removal equipment purchase funded through the existing County Services Area 3, CSA number 3 parcel assessment. Hey, Stan.
Good morning. Stan Shear, Community Services Director, for the record. In September of 1989, the city and El Dorado County entered into an agreement which would allow the county to impose a $20 per improved parcel for the use of the city of South Lake Tahoe purchasing snow removal equipment. Last year we collected about $226,000, and that's for just about 1,100 improved parcels. In 2007, the city purchased 3 graders and a snow blower. So currently, until the year 2016, these revenues coming in will pay that debt service. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
So we won't be able to buy any equipment until 2016 when these other, are these purchase or lease purchases we're in?
Purchases. And
is it cheaper to do a lease purchase?
The annual debt service on those 4 pieces of equipment is about $210,000 a year.
So the answer is no.
Right.
So it's better to purchase and own it.
Right.
And then
in this case, with a dedicated source of revenue.
Yeah, and in terms of age of the equipment, so our newest ones are 4 years old now?
Right.
And the oldest, we still got some 30-year-old ones?
Yes.
And then the snow blower, we bought one, I think, 5 years ago?
2007.
2007. And then the oldest snow blower is that, I think I saw one over there, looked like it was 1918. So we still have that one, right?
It's my age, yeah.
Oh, it's that old?
Okay. I thought I'd say that before Tony did.
yeah. And there is no, by the way, there is no COLA on this. It's $20 flat. Doesn't go up every year with the cost of
That's right.
equipment.
It's been that way since '89.
It's a flat $20 fee. Thank you.
Stan, just a sense of how much are we in need of new equipment? Is there any urgency, or are we pretty well established, at least at the moment?
We're better off in snow removal than we are the balance of our fleet. That's a real issue the city's going to have to address in the city. We have some vehicles that are 15, 20 years old, and it's a testimony to our folks in fleet that they can keep this equipment running. So it's a challenge.
Any other questions from council? Then I will open this to the public. Are there any members of the public who wish to address this issue? Seeing none, I bring it back to council. Do I have a motion?
I make a motion that we continue the snow removal equipment purchase funded the existing county service area number 3, partial assessment of $20 per year per partial.
Second? I'll second it.
That motion's unanimously carried.
Okay, that was easy enough. Now on to new business. Formal bid for a recycled Tahoe custom combination rubbish and recycling containers. This is a recommendation to award Tahoe Bear Box the amount of $137,704.
Good morning, council, staff, members of the public. When last we met, we were going out to bid, the city was going out to bid for rubbish and recycling containers, a combination container, through the Recycle Tahoe grant. There were some questions about the specifications, one of them, the main one being that the fact that we had 2 different gauges of steel. I've learned a little bit more about steel now. 12 and 14 gauge. 12 gauge is actually thicker, a little bit more expensive. And there were some questions, as I saw clarifications from the apparent low bidder. Bid protest came up about my doing that, and Tahoe Bear Box filed a bid protest. It was a recommendation of the council to go back out to bid, which we did. I met with Patrick Endright, the city attorney, and also Greg Ross, the project manager, to tighten up the specifications to make them a little bit more bid protest resistant. We went with the 12 gauge galvanized steel. There was no option on that. And one of the other big changes, too, is that we asked for a minimum 5-year warranty on the boxes. And I think as I was looking over the staff report again, it mentioned a 1 year. No, Tahoe Bear Box clarified that is a standard 5-year lease that we're getting on the bear boxes. After we made the recommendation, a bid protest came in from Carson Valley Welding. They were the apparent low bidder on the first bid. They had some questions. There were some items they wanted to bring forth before council, and I sought recommendation from the city attorney's office on how we should proceed. Their recommendation is to continue with the recommendation to award the bid to Tahoe Bear Box, and at this time I'm open to how we should proceed as far as the bid protest from Carson Valley Welding.
Anything to add on this?
I don't have anything to add. I think how we need to proceed on the bid protest is we would give Carson Valley Welding an opportunity to speak to you if they're present, and we'll proceed from there. And you should have both their letters, the original, or both their correspondence. They sent an email of April 13th to Mr. O'Neill, and they also sent a letter last Friday, and you should have both of those in your packet. So.
Don and Brenda?
Okay. So shall we hear from Carson Valley Bear Boxes? Is that who you all are?
My name is Brenda Heldorn.
Welding, I'm sorry.
This is Donald.
I'm Don Heldorn.
We own Carson Valley Welding. We would like to address you today with concerns we have about the entire bid process. On February 14th, we submitted a bid that complied with all the city's requirements. We came in as the low bidder, and as you realize, the bid protest that was lodged by Tahoe Bear Box had the result of the City Council taking action to reject all bids and go out to bid, to rebid. By the time this happened, our entire bid package, including photographs of our prototype design that we built specifically for this bid for the city of South Lake Tahoe, was delivered to all of the bidders and open to all the bidders to see. Therefore, the second bid process after the rejection was not blind. Mr. Randy Standaway stood here before you on March 20th and told you that if he had the opportunity to rebid this contract, that he would beat our price. In the same breath, he said that their unit costs a little bit more, but that it was built as cheaply as possible. We reviewed the video from that City Council meeting of March 20th, so we're very sure exactly what was said, if you don't remember. So the result was that he resubmitted a bid that was around $100 less than our original bid for the total bid. So what we contend, the main contention of this bid process is that this was not a blind bid. Tahoe Bear Box stated on the record that they would beat our bid if they had the opportunity to rebid, and that is exactly what has happened. So when we submitted this original bid, it was done in good faith. It was based on real hard costs, materials, labor, taxes, insurance, overhead, and on and on and on. Those were hard costs, and our bid was $44,000 less than the next lowest bidder. When we resubmitted the bid with the city's new specifications, the cost increase in the bid was only the reflection of the additional materials required. These are real hard numbers. When Tahoe Bear Box Company resubmitted their bid, even after stating that their unit was built at the cheapest possible cost at the original bid, which was around $232,000, they came in at $130 less than our original bid. Their bid had nothing to do with the cost of that unit and everything to do with keeping Carson Valley Welding, a small locally owned company, from competing in the commercial marketplace. It is very clear to us that this is a sham bid, that this bid has nothing to do with the cost of materials or providing the city with the very best value. It has everything to do with keeping a small business out of the playing field with them. And I'm protesting this action very strongly in the strongest language. I expect the City Council to do the right and fair thing, to recognize this bid for what it is, to reject it, and to award Carson Valley Welding the bid to produce these units as the city specified. Thank you.
Does council have any questions?
I do, but have the city attorney, not the
Okay. So, question for the applicant. Hal?
Applicants, when all the bids are rejected, weren't all of the bids, both your low bid, everybody's bid, open for review?
Only the dollar amount, not the specs. We didn't see everybody else's material specs and prototypes.
So they were not available to everybody?
No. Tahoe Bear Box on the first bids asked to see our entire bid package along with our proprietary pictures that were documented in our bid package, Carson Valley Welding written over them, and Gary O'Neill released those documents prior to the award of a contract, which is a breach of contract. It's my understanding that once an award has been granted through your process, only then does it become public record. Why would he send it to them is beyond me. So to go along with what Brenda has stated, our first bid came in at the price where nobody could see what everybody else's bids. They ranged from close to $300,000 to the lowest bid of $135,000. Secondly, it wasn't our fault that the bids were rejected. It was because of Gary O'Neill's addition to add boxes, to add material thickness, to add powder coating. It was the council that caused you, it was not the council, it was the city that caused the council to reject all bids. And my question is, why did the bid have to be rejected when it wasn't the bid process? It was the city's wanting to add boxes because the price came in so low. Why could the council have not said, let's suspend this and go back and fix it right and come back before the council with it right to the city and vote on that? Why do we suffer is why we're really here.
Just to be clear, we didn't reject it because we thought we could get more. We felt there was some
internal issues. It wasn't us.
We thought there were some variances to the bid process, and we want to be very cognizant.
Not to Carson Valley Welding. We listened to the whole council meeting this morning, and you all stated that it was the material, it was the quantity, and that the fact that the other vendors were not made aware of it.
Yeah, and that's, to us, we're very conscious if things
All
change
right.
during the bid process and not
All
all
right.
people. And so my other question is, do you feel that the product being presented by Tahoe Bear Box, which is the low bidder, is not of the quality or the standards or specifications, or do you feel they're doing it below cost in order to be...
Yes, we do.
That's exactly it. I feel
vindictive?
that they are in collusion with Bear Saver, who's the manufacturer. By the way, just to be clear, Tahoe Bear Box is a distributor. They're not the manufacturer. They don't build anything. They're in collusion with Bear Saver in order to come in at a below-cost bid in order to keep competition out of the commercial market. And then in addition to the concerns with the bid process, we had another concern after the bid opening on April 10th that we were to be notified via email when a decision to award had been made. As of Thursday, the 26th of April, we had received no email. I called Gary O'Neill's office. He referred me to Mr. Enright's number. I left 2 messages with Mr. Enright. Only at this point did we ever get an email stating the intent to award to Tahoe Bear Box. Because of this, in your own bid package, it states that we had 5 days from the notification of the intent to award to file a bid protest. If I had not called and demanded that, we wouldn't be standing here today. It wasn't complied with until I called.
5 days is tomorrow.
Yeah,
It's tomorrow.
even if I hadn't called and the email had come out later, our opportunity would have been tomorrow. And
We are not
forgive
prepared.
me
We're
for
not prepared.
Forgive me for sounding cynical, but it seems as though this was engineered to avoid exactly this bid protest.
I went online to pull up the original bid contract, and it's been removed from the bid planet. It's been removed. I couldn't pull up the records. They have been removed. Yet there are other bid packages out there from September of 2011. Other packages out there. Ours has been specifically removed. I wanted to pull the documentation out and have it so I could bring it before you. I have a problem with Greg Ross not being here and being on a plow truck. The first contract go round. He wasn't here to defend himself, and Brenda and I have put a lot of money and time into this bid, and we feel we were getting swept under the rug here. This isn't, you know, you're not the only side here. We have a say. We put hours and hours into this bid package. We looked at it. We put it as low as we could go and feel that we could provide a quality product. And then the second bid comes around, and all Tahoe Bear Box has to do is come in $125. We were at $135,000. They're at $134,000. That is collusion. That is not fair. And they're a distributor. A manufacturer has to set the price. So you're telling me that they're not collusion with the manufacturer to set this price? They saw what we had. We were fair and honest. They were $97,000 higher. Their second bid, they lowered it by $97,000 plus $100 to come in under our bid. Where is the fairness in that? I have a list of bullet points that I should be allowed to go over because this is not over. And the council needs to do the right thing, and they need to suspend this decision and review this because there are many things that are at fault with the city in this. Their refusal to accept what the attorney said was a fair and honest bid. You know, the council members took that and decided to reject instead of suspend and review and maybe re-award. They just decided to reject. When you decide to reject, you're taking 60 hours of effort on our part to put this package together, and that's difficult.
Not only that, but at the time of the rejection, all of our cards were on the table and no one else's were. We were at a distinct disadvantage.
Do we have any other questions of the applicants?
I have a comment.
No, I'd like to get to that, but I want to see if there's any other questions of the
I
applicants.
have a question. Am I to understand that your bid did not change between the first submission and the second submission?
Our bid did increase to the second submission to reflect the actual cost and materials, but that's all.
Our first bid was 14 gauge material because it was specified we could build it under such. The increase in the material, and they asked for powder coated for a anti-graffiti powder, which is double the cost of a standard powder. That cost is increased, and we had to increase our shipping costs because of the weight of the containers.
Okay, thank you.
That and that alone.
But even with that increase, it was still well under the grant amount.
Any other questions of the applicants? Thank you, and if we need to call you back, we will.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions, if I may, from Gary.
Well, I just want to clarify as to when these documents become public records. To answer Councilmember Cole's question, the low bidder becomes a public record once the staff makes a determination as who they intend to recommend to the council who the low bidder is. So in the case of the first bid process, that was Carson Valley Welding. So when that process was done, then their record was released to anybody who requested it. You had to request it, but anybody who requested it could get a copy of those records so that they would be able to determine if they wanted to make a bid protest or not. The same thing happened in this case. Once staff did make that initial determination and sent out the letter on April 26th, I believe, Carson Valley got a copy of Tahoe Bear Box's proposal, and so now they've each got at least one of their proposals throughout this process. So,
What about the comment about being late noticed about the designation of the winning bid?
right. Well, it wasn't released to actually April 26th, I believe. Is that Thursday?
Yes. Yeah. Planet Bid sends out an automatic email message with an intention to award the bid.
Is that notice late?
It was noticed when it was going before the council.
And then answer my question. We were supposed to do it earlier, or were we timely?
The bid document that we released.
You
said
give
we
me
were
the
gonna-
guidelines, I'll work with them.
The bid document, which you have in front of you, gave a time frame as to when we were going to do each of the items. Said we were going to do that by April 16th. So we were late in sending out that letter.
Question for you. You said you released Carson Valley's welding's bid, the original one. Am I also to understand that you released Tahoe Bear Box's original bid, or?
Second bid, because they're the low bidder and they're the presumed. They're the one that anybody who wants to could protest their bid. And it would be hard to protest a bid in many cases if you don't actually know what's in the bid as to whether or not it's responsive to the RFP.
In the first bid, weren't there there were problems with information being released from Bear Saver and Bear Box, wasn't there? That we realized that first information that went out was a proprietary design of theirs. I mean, it wasn't the bid, but wasn't there information too about, because it was brought up by Carson Valley Welding, that information about their proprietary box design and the like was released? Wasn't there part of the issue in the first bid that?
The first bid, there was a schematic drawing submitted by the Parks and Recreation Department that I used as part of the bid.
And that belongs to the firm that's
Correct.
the low bidder on the second
Tahoe
bid.
Bear, that belonged to Tahoe Bear Box. We found that out after they contacted. The
So
purchasing
both of them
party.
have had information shown. One has not had its full bid from the first information, or the first solicitation release. Both of them had information about their designs put out into the public eye, presumably.
I would like to state that this is a formal bid. It's not a request for proposals. And once the bid is opened, it is available for review by any member of the public, including other proposers.
Including if we canceled it, so anyone could have seen the Bear Box bid?
Correct.
From the first time?
Correct. That's a question I've submitted to legal to determine when exactly. If we cancel a bid and go back out to bid, are the original bids open and available to the public? That's beyond my scope, and I'm looking for legal to advise me on that.
I have another question. What are our options today?
Options today are basically to award to Tahoe Bear Box, or to reject all bids and we'll rebid it a third time. But we're not, I mean, this is the caution with the third time. Everybody's got the information. They're talking about a blind bid. There is no blind bid after we've already rejected the bids the first time. Everybody's seen what everybody has offered. I mean, I think the first time we had 9 proposals.
Correct.
Now we're down to 5. So I guess there's fewer, but everybody knows what everybody's bidding. So. And there is nothing to stop the third time from people changing their bids, whether they try to go lower or higher. I mean, I guess the only issue with Tahoe Bear Box today is whether or not they could do the job. And I haven't heard anything saying they could not do the job for the price that they're offering. But that's really the only issue. If we did not feel they could provide the 200 boxes with the 5-year warranty for the $137,000 that they have proposed.
Tom?
Just comments and a question for the city attorney. First of all, we don't always agree with the city attorney, and so and he knows that. They give us advice, and the council will look at it and make a decision whether we agree or disagree with him. And it's happened before, and it's just philosophical, basically. Second of all, are we not obligated? Well, let me ask a question first. Has this bid complied with all the rules and regulations with the state of California and the city of South Lake Tahoe? Is it in compliance? Notifications, all that stuff. Are we in compliance?
We're in compliance with all the rules and regulations of the
So
city.
we're in solid ground, legal ground as far as the process is concerned. Second of all, are we obligated to take the lowest bid under law, that's my understanding. That's why we bid. We can't jump to a second bidder unless the first one's disqualified for some reason, correct?
Yes, and if you recall, we're getting grant funds for this through the state of
Right.
California, and the state of California, through the grant funds, is also requiring that we award it to the lowest responsive
And
bidder.
this is not the first time we've rejected bids for goods and services or RFPs, correct?
Correct.
We've done it before, for whatever reason, so, okay. So we couldn't award it to them if we wanted to, under the grant conditions. If we don't and go out and rebid, the grant sunsets like pretty soon, isn't it, Tony?
Well, I thought we got an extension, but whatever.
Did we get an extension?
I checked with Lori Marino, the grant administrator, and we do not know yet whether we have an extension.
I didn't hear the answer.
We do not know yet whether
Do
we
not
have an
know yet.
extension.
Okay.
That's still being weighed.
Well, I think we need to make a decision, so.
Angela?
As part of the bid documents, are we required in estimating a viable low bidder to evaluate whether or not they make a profit or take a loss on the contract? Is that any part of our decision-making process of the materials provided?
There's nothing in the public contract code or our rules and regulations as to whether or not they make a profit or not.
So in that
So
case,
they
if
can-
someone chooses to bid on a job that may or may not be a money-losing enterprise for them, that's their option, because that is one of the contentions being made in the protest.
Yes, I don't know how we could go back and prove that they are not making a profit.
And it's not part of our evaluation criteria, correct?
Correct.
So we just have to look at the numbers provided by them, not whether they're profitable or not. And then within that, is there any provision for the low bidder, if that's the case of what they've done, to come back once this contract is awarded to say, oh, we made a mistake, we actually need more, or to ask for a change in the award?
They could ask that, but we would reject it as to not meeting specifications.
And I agree, there's no process for them to seek a change order for these containers. This is not public works where there's some issues as
Right.
to what you actually find at the site, yeah.
Okay, exactly. So I just wanted to clarify that there are those things, so that
Okay.
in making the action, it may not be with the complaint or the appeal coming in.
Right.
We don't have grounds to increase the cost, so that if we are working with a company that chooses to take a loss and to deal as they decide to deal in their industry, that's their issue.
Right.
We get a product at the lowest price for the public.
Right.
And that was done legally and thoughtfully. It seems like it's very clear and straightforward to me to move forward.
Hal?
I'm going to ask the same question Angela just asked. Does the fact it's likely that the vendor will be losing money come into play? I guess the other thing is maybe a larger legal question. If the lower bid was submitted even though they're losing money, but it was done in order to suppress competition or suppress a smaller vendor, is that an issue?
Not an issue for the city that we've got to consider with
We just have to
awarding
look
the
at the
contract.
numbers, and if we do think somebody's putting something out at a below cost, then we have to be reassured that they can actually fulfill the contract.
That's correct, yeah.
And I think that's my only questions. I mean, I think the protest points were the timeliness, the fact that it became wasn't a blind bid anymore, but you said that's the normal process when you reject bids. And now it's not blind for anyone else either for their protest. And the fact that this company may be doing it at a loss is not anything we really need to be concerned about. We have covenants with the bonds that we're using to pay for it to take the low bidder. All right, thanks.
Just one last question following up on the one that Hal and I are working on, which is what, Gary, do you see as the safeguards you'll take then if there is this, the seed has been planted that we have a vendor coming in who's going to take a loss, and we've asked for a custom product. So what are we going to do to ensure that we get the product at the steel weight and everything exactly as we've requested them? Because that's the one protection I would see the city needing to take if we have a suspicion that we have a vendor that is in a loss position. I don't want to see the quality compromised or any shortcuts taken. to try to make up for it.
Right. That's a good point. As I remember from the council meeting, the question came up from Mr. Grego. Does staff have the expertise to make sure that the metal is correct? One recommendation I could make is we have some local vendors in town who did not bid on the project who have some expertise in metal, and perhaps they could serve as a third party that has no interest in the bid or the outcome to actually make sure that what we're getting is what we specified.
Not subjective. I mean, this is somebody has to come in and say, is this 12-gauge steel? Is it galvaned?
Off the top of my head, I'm thinking of Charlie at Axelson's Iron Shop.
So it's not going to be somebody going to subjectively say, oh, this isn't quite the quality. Somebody's going to come in and actually measure the gauge, look at the powder coating, look at the type of galvanizing.
Right.
That's what you're talking about?
Question.
And what is the payment, how does the payment schedule work? We pay the final amount upon final delivery? How does
Correct.
that work?
It's beneficial to the city. It's net 30 days. So until the final delivery is made, the city doesn't pay anything.
Nothing?
Correct.
So there's no deposits, nothing. We pay
Correct.
within 30 days of delivery of the entire bear box, and that they meet our specs.
That is correct.
If this bid is sent out, is there any repercussions if they don't meet the bid? Is there any kind of a financial penalty if the bid is not met? Because that puts us in jeopardy of not only the grant, but it's also created a situation where we now have more time that we have to go out and rebid it.
Correct. It's my understanding that once the funds are encumbered, and they are encumbered through a purchase order, that we have met the criteria of the grant. So if for some reason Tahoe Bear Box could not meet our specifications, the funds are still encumbered, so they're still available to us, and at that time we could seek the second lowest bidder.
Any other comments, questions?
The first time around, because I don't remember the numbers, what was Tahoe Bear Box's first bid?
Tahoe Bear Box bid $1,165.85 per unit.
So they dropped their price about $400.
Yes. That was the reason why I asked them, what is the difference? What they stated was that they originally bid on an RCE unit. The CE units are the standard unit installed in the Tahoe area, according to Randy at Tahoe Bear Box. They exceed your specs by far and cost a lot more to manufacture. I still recommend those units for South Lake Tahoe. However, you wanted the lowest bid. The RCE units that I propose meet or exceed your specs too. So Tahoe Bear Box is saying what they proposed meets our technical specifications. Why they didn't bid on that the first time, not sure. I would be making guesses.
Does the Carson Valley welding proposal, do they exceed or equal what Bear Box is now proposing for specifications?
Since the technical specifications were all narrowed, I believe that they are. I had Greg Ross from the Parks and Rec Department review the technical specifications submitted by Tahoe Bear Box and found them that they meet the requirements.
The only other question I had is from Patrick is, do you have any concern about the fact about this notice issue? You said that it was supposed to be noticed by the 16th. It wasn't noticed until the 26th. Does that create an issue for the protester?
No, it does not, because he's got a full opportunity today to make his bid protest. So.
Any other questions and comments?
I'd like to make one more comment.
Okay.
The second time we went around for bid, this is the third, we were notified by email 7 days prior to the council meeting. And they came in only after our phone call, and the bid planet didn't go out until Thursday at about 2:30 is when it went online. 5 days is 5 days. I couldn't get my attorney here. We did not have time to prepare. We have handwritten notes. We just didn't have time to prepare. And Greg Ross is wrong in stating that their Tahoe Bear Box's box meets your requirements when in fact it's stated in their own bid package that they're using a steel hinge with a stainless steel pin. A steel hinge. Gary O'Neill was specific to have a stainless steel hinge. So how can you have a cheaper steel hinge with a stainless steel pin that you can stick a magnet on? That's how all their boxes are. When he was very specific in the cost of upgrading the price to have a stainless steel hinge. So there's a lot going on here, and I don't think the council, in my opinion, is ready to make an approval, because this isn't entirely over. I'm not done with this, and I think you really ought to suspend this and review it a little bit more. You know, you can come to session next week, but I think you really need to look at this a little bit differently, because we feel there's collusion on the part. Why would the manufacturer not present you with a price? Why would he lower his price even more and sell it to a distributor and make even less profit? They were working together, even though they didn't. The manufacturer of the box did not offer a bid package. They were still in contract with each other. Thank you.
Did we require by our bid a stainless steel hinge?
Yes, we did. The bid came back from Tahoe Bear Box Bear Saver. All latches, hinges, and handles are made of stainless steel or zinc-plated steel. So that met the technical specifications.
Well, zinc-plated steel is not the same as stainless steel.
Okay.
So did we request stainless steel?
We requested stainless steel, yes.
Not
for the hinges.
zinc-plated steel.
Yep.
There is a difference.
Okay.
So what is, of all the protests, all the information I've heard, that is an issue that I think you should need to address.
Okay.
That's a valid issue with me.
A question on that then. In terms of this, because this is a good issue, is it within our purview to make the award specifying when they say that or this or that we pick this, which is the stainless steel, and that we force them to only provide that on those boxes? And again, that would be part of that specification and inspection to make sure they're delivered at the rate, or by putting in or, I mean, do we have the right to require the former, since that was what we put in?
I defer to the city attorney on that.
We've got a right to require the former. I'm inclined to continue this 2 weeks, and then we'll discuss it, and we'll see what the
Here's
issue
my
is.
point.
I mean, that's the option we got, too.
The
but
bid spec said stainless steel. That's what he bid on. The other one didn't. And from my perspective, I forget the timing and all this other stuff, they didn't comply with the specs.
They said either or. They didn't.
We didn't say either or. We said stainless steel.
They said they would do either or. So I need some clarification. Is that our choice or theirs?
Is if you go to a hardware store, you buy some screws, and if you buy the standard material, they're a lot cheaper. But if you want to buy stainless steel, for example, it's like 3 or 4 times the price. I mean, that's been my experience when I've done that.
I've seen your dumpster.
So their bid says either or?
Yeah, it does use the word or.
That's what Gary read, was that it's that or the zinc plated.
Stainless steel or zinc-plated
Right.
steel.
That the bid, that was the bear
Right, no, that was the bear box. But if it's within our right to require them to provide only, then we could still hold. That's the question you need to clarify for us, I suppose.
It's not either or with me. It's stainless steel.
It's got to
I'm
be.
not saying either or, but the question is, is this still a valid low bid that meets our specifications, and in the sense that we can enforce them only using the stainless?
And I just want to say to the applicant, the city attorneys recommend we approve this, so.
But yeah, my question is the same as Angela's. If we specify, as we do stainless steel hinges on all front access doors, they say we are going to use either stainless or zinc-plated steel, we just say you use
Right.
stainless
If
steel.
it says or, I'm okay, because we're going to require that they meet the specification.
But
Is that
this
our
whole
option?
thing is becoming a little hinky, because if you're saying that was the request in the bid, was for stainless steel, and we're going back and saying, well, are you going to do it this way or are you going to do it that way? I feel as if that is not a good faith bid. A lot of this process really does not feel very good on a lot of different levels, and I do feel like that Carson Valley Welders made a good faith effort to propose a bid, and we stopped the presses and looked at Tahoe Bear Box, and now we're seeing that even in the bid process itself, there's some questionable issues with Tahoe Bear Box.
My feeling is we delay it, we get direction. If they're that they have to use stainless steel. If not, the bid gets rejected, in my opinion, and we go with the second bid.
But we're allowing them to correct their bid. We went through this before.
No, we're not allowing them to correct it. It says either or. We're going to say it has to be stainless steel. There is no option.
We're looking at our rights as the bidder, as the agency requesting the responses. We're not giving them a chance to change
It could well be
anything.
they went with or to keep the cost down. That is not what we want.
Well, the question is, do we have the right, based upon this particular omission by the lowest bidder, to reject that bid and accept Carson Valley as the lowest bidder?
I don't believe we've got that right, and I don't recommend that at all. And
Would
I
be
would
interesting.
recommend we continue it for 2 weeks. Gary and I will discuss it with Greg and whoever.
That
and we'll come
would be
back
my
in 2
recommendation.
weeks.
Let's find out, and it has to be stainless steel, not or.
But I have one further question then. Any conversations you have with Bear Box be reduced to writing and provided to the other bidders. I want those done as soon as the event happens, not a few days before the next council meeting. All right?
I don't know, this bothers me a great deal that we're going, I understand what you're asking for. I'm also bothered a great deal that, we are holding one group accountable to the letter of the law and the other one we're looking at and saying, hey, well, did you mean this or did you mean that?
Not the case at all. We're going to ask them. We requested stainless steel, period.
Okay. Anyway, so council's decision is to continue this for 2 weeks.
I have one other question, city attorney, about this. If the lowest bidder then changes the amount of their bid because they can't.
If that happens, we're rejecting all bids.
Okay.
To meet our specs.
That's right. Not or.
Okay, then we will continue this matter until our next meeting. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. You're right. I'd like to open this to the public to comment.
Yeah, hi. I'm Randy Stanway. I own the Tahoe Bear Box Company. And all of our bid is meeting all your specifications. Stainless steel hinges are a stock product on a lot of our commercial stuff. FYI, we are all making money on this, including the 40 people that are making the boxes down south, all Californians. And we just had 2 different products that met or exceeded your specs. And if we knew the first bid package was lowest bidder would win, we would have came in with this lower economy model beforehand. But we went in with the original CE 232 unit, which is the standard everywhere else in Tahoe, and that was what the city originally requested from us a couple years ago when Chris Hawken was working here.
Is you will be using stainless steel hinges and pins.
That is correct. We are going to meet or exceed all specifications set forth for the city of South Lake Tahoe.
I just heard this, but did you not, in fact, on your response, on your bid, say stainless steel or zinc plated?
Well, no, that's just kind of a standard specification
But it
sheet.
said that in it?
Yeah, but then again, you have to go back to the response pages where I signed saying we have no exclusions, so everything is going to be to the city's specification, which, I must add, are pretty strict. I mean, the 12-gauge steel and the anti-graffiti powder coating adds a lot of cost to these products.
So we'd understand really that from your perspective, the zinc plated slipped in more like a boilerplate piece of information that went in and it was not intended
Yeah, well,
to be
no.
as a viable option?
Well, a lot of our mechanical parts, like our cams and stuff, are made from zinc plated, and then our hinges are almost everywhere are all stainless steel hinges. That's the only way you can obtain years and years of high abuse without having the steel wear against each other. And that's the only way you can do it. The powder coating I proposed is the best money can buy. And as a percentage of the bare box manufacturing cost, it's an astronomical increase in cost.
And you're prepared to submit to what we have talked about here as the fact that no payment will be made within the terms of the agreement until we've had an independent inspection go through to make sure all products are consistently and uniformly up to our specifications?
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, I've undergone most inspections from government agencies. Most of the units that I engineer and distribute have a 5-star government classification, both for ADA compliance and bear proofing. So yeah, we're the leaders, not for just because we just bend a bunch of steel and and weld it. We're engineers and we're manufacturers, and that's what we do. And that's all we do is study public abuse boxes and bear stuff. That's all we do.
Any other members of the public who wish to address this issue? Sir.
Thank you.
I'm going to be real nervous about this, so bear with me. My name is Raymond Guillo with GP Fabrication. I'm number 4 on your list. You said that low bid was a criteria, Mr. Enright? Page 14, bidder selection process. In determining the lowest responsible bidder in addition to price, the following elements shall be given consideration. Item A through F is beyond the preview of low bid. Okay? You misspoke on that, sir. You folks could have eliminated all of this mess by simply going out with a basic set of specifications and asking each bidder to come back with a written bid and bring a physical unit for you folks to look at. You wouldn't be going through any of this right now. And the comments about stainless steel. Mr. Davis, why do you think stainless steel is so important? And that's why you think that's important?
Yeah, because that's what the bid specifications are, and that's what we have to adhere to. When you set out a bid, it says stainless steel, it's stainless steel. You can't
Okay.
substitute.
And 12 gauge is better than 14 gauge.
If bid specifications say that, we have to go by the bid specification. I can't modify it.
Okay.
Not our job.
I didn't come up here today to ever think about getting this bid. I wanted to see what this thing was going to wind up, just to put it all in perspective and to end it all. I'm just like Don and his wife here. I spent many, many hours and a lot of money putting this together just to learn it. I wanted to understand what was going on. But you need to go a step further here and go a couple of weeks more or whatever. You're making a mistake by issuing this today. My own personal comment. Thank you.
Any other members of the public who wish to speak?
I have one more statement.
If you...
Don Heldorn. On Bear Saver's website, the manufacturer's website, it states in there that they use a zinc-plated hinge with a stainless steel pin. Randy made a statement that I don't feel is the truth. If you go on their website and you look at their specific...
This particular argument I don't really want to have right now. Let's go back. Let's relook at what is required. And your points have been well made. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Any other members of the public that wish to speak? If not, then council will continue this to our next meeting and hopefully get a more consolidated view of how we should move forward.
What are we looking for? The issue with stainless steel hinges. He stated that he's going to use stainless steel hinges. So what are we?
I'm okay today with you awarding it if you're comfortable with awarding the contract.
Well, I don't know. I'm asking, was there something to do? My hang-up was the stainless steel hinges. That's been addressed. Right. What's other
And
issues?
as far as the last one about the lowest bidder, we put it in bold on the very first page, page 2, the request for bids, that the bid will be awarded to the lowest bidder who meets the technical specifications and who is responsible and responsive pursuant to Section 6-13 of the city administrative guidelines. So we made it clear that the price was the key determinative thing if you are responsive and responsible.
I'm just uncomfortable. I think we should continue 2 weeks because I think staff needs to think about allowing the lowest bidder to change the language in the bid and make the commitment to stainless steel when they put into the bid language an or, and it doesn't say or at the discretion of City of South Lake Tahoe. And I read it as or as to what the manufacturer's doing. And I think that staff needs to think through that before we do something.
I think you just say it has to be stainless steel. That's the city specs.
I'm with Tom. I see that if we have clarification, if we want to parse language out of the gentleman with Bear Box to say that there will be nosing play. I mean, we can play with language all you want, but if it's our specification, he had the absolute specification. From my understanding, unless the city attorney or our purchasing agent think that it's a change in the bid, that they've identified what they will provide, that they are agreeing to inspection, and it'll be done to our specifications as identified in the bid, which only allowed stainless steel. I just don't think we have a problem, and that we have a responsible low bidder, and that 2 weeks won't buy us anything. My last point would be, though, we clearly have an unhappy, unsuccessful bidder. What are their options after today if we make this award?
Sue us, yeah. That they can go to court and sue us.
And to clarify that while the cheapest recourse is out of the way, this does not preclude their right.
And if we reject a low bid, they'll sue us. Yes. But I just want to piggyback on Angela's question. There's other than meeting the specs, which I think is absolute boilerplate have to do, is there any timeliness of response? Is there any legal reason that you want 2 weeks to review this?
Right. I don't want 2 weeks at this point. I don't think I can add anything in the next 2 weeks. And the other thing I would point out is in the bid package, we do have a form where they need to list any exceptions to the specifications, and they listed none in their specification.
Stainless
so between
steel.
What they've told us today and what's in the specifications, the fact that they did not list it as an exemption to the specifications, which they signed, I am comfortable we will get exactly what the specifications are.
My question is on a broader scale, and maybe it's just a rhetorical one, but essentially it seems a very unclear bid process here, and there's a number of bids that are coming before the city for concessionaires and the like, and I really believe we better lock this method down and understand where the variables are for each bid, because I think winning a bid fairly is what the city is striving to do, and not trying to create a minefield each time we put something out to bid. That said, I don't know what the process is, and perhaps at some point, Gary, you can give us some guidance on what this process is, because it just this did not seem.
There's two requests for proposals, RFPs, and bids, two separate issues.
So perhaps at another time we could get a little.
I welcome some guidance. I'm not sure of the process either. Our bid process currently states that the bid protest is submitted to the purchasing manager. That position was eliminated 3 years ago. So obviously we need to update some guidelines here. I'm working with the city attorney's office to tighten things up a little bit and to have clearer specifications.
I'm really comfortable that we handled this well. There were some issues in the first one. We did the right thing, rejected all bids. I don't see anything technically wrong with this bid. If there's a legal issue of notification, which I'm not, I'm prepared to award this bid. And if we want to tighten up some of the notifications, some of the legal things, but our specifications were met by this vendor. Whether he makes money or not is not our problem.
I'm prepared to second.
I do move that we award the bid to Tahoe Bear Box in the amount of $137,704. and reject the protest.
Thank you.
That motion carries.
Well, actually, no, we've got the, are you all, you want to try to get through the last two items? Okay. All right. Okay. So the next item is the agreement between the City of South Lake Tahoe and Tahoe Sports and Entertainment to manage and operate the city's ice arena. And who is going to present that to us? Tony? So Stan's going to present this? Okay.
Stan Shear, Community Services Director. Chris Cefalu and Van Olson are here today to give you a little bit of an update on what's been happening since they've taken over the management responsibilities at the ice arena. So with that, I'll just turn it over to those two.
Gentlemen?
Hi, so good to see you guys again. We're back with the mid-year update, and we're really excited to tell you what we've been up to. So we have a little bit of a presentation here. We'll walk you through it, and then any questions.
I just always love how Chris dresses up for us.
Playoff beard.
I saw that. Good luck.
You're going to just advance it with this arrow.
Okay, this arrow key here.
This is dressed up, by the way.
All right, so the last presentation we gave you was a lot flashier, telling the story. This one is really a little bit more nuts and bolts. We'll throw a little flash in there a little later. But our year one objectives when we talked to you when we saw you first time was the sustainable and profitability of the rink, drive economic impact, community outreach, and then strategic initiatives. So in essence, to get the rink profitable, you recall that there was a $100K subsidy year over year, and we took that on. So the focus there was labor alignment, a motivated team that's really productive, established differentiated ice sports events, leveraging the Tahoe identity and the Tahoe concept. Feature the driving economic impact with featuring the destination venue, bringing many folks and teams in from regionally around Bay Area, Southern California, and the broader region. And we talked to you about the community outreach. We're really proud of our efforts there, and the idea was to leverage our profits and revenues to make the ice more available to the local community. And then strategic initiatives. So our goal was to showcase Tahoe as a potential center of excellence for ice sports regionally. And so we'll tell you a little bit about what we're doing in that area. So first, sustainability, profitability. We're well on target to eliminate the $100K subsidy that you were dealing with in our year one. We've also absorbed about $30K or even more of net new expenses that we had to take on as a private operator. So even with that, we're projecting sustained positive cash flows from here on out, and we're doing well in all of our core programs. So our adult league is at saturation, completely regenerated and built that out. We've developed many new programs. In fact, added 2 additional net new tournaments that we'll tell you a little bit more about, 4 net new camps, 8 clinics, and we've got a lot of teams coming to Tahoe from Bay Area and Southern California. When we got there, the skate school, when we started, was at 4. We've grown that to 25, and actually, when we looked on the ice the other day, it was a lot larger. So some of the local programs are starting to rebuild, and we've got a great staff. And actually, it's 11 employees. So we've expanded the staff with all local employees. Feel free to jump in anytime.
Yeah, go ahead.
So we also talked about, he just makes us look good. So we also talked about driving the economic impact of the region, right? This is Tahoe. This is a destination. we've been doing a really good job there. And we added 2 really interesting new tournaments that were amazing. And one was the California Hockey Association State Championships for Pee Wee, which was really exciting because the winner of the tournament here went on to win international tournament and was and this was a team from California, which was the first team to also be captain, first team to ever win that international tournament, and also the first team to be captained by a girl. So it was really exciting, a lot of press. It was recognized on the floor of the State Assembly in Sacramento. And also the Might Jamboree. So a ton of teams in for the Might tournament. We had so many kids around the rink. It was a fantastic time. So another product that we added is this team building weekends where we've been bringing in teams to come train. And so we're really been real successful at that, and we're expanding on that. And just the word is getting around to come train in Tahoe. And so, because of that, the net new TOT that we believe that we've delivered over the past 6 months is right around 147K back into which is direct tax revenue. So community outreach is one of the areas where we're really most proud of because we've been so successful in generating new revenues, managing our expenses and costs. We've been able to give back a ton. So we were able to donate the facility for youth cancer fundraiser, and with us using us as a platform, they raised over 50K for their efforts. We were able to donate the facility for the Wounded Warriors to come in and have a private event. We've been sponsoring, Chris and I have been sponsoring several at-risk kids that really don't have this opportunity. We've been funding their ability to come access the rink and get involved in programs. That's an area where we're really looking to expand and even further formalize. We've done a lot. Coaching fees were a significant revenue source in the past. What we've done is we've waived those fees to help these coaches get reestablished and rebuild, and to really grow their constituency. And we'll talk. We're working with them to bring that back, but just giving them a chance to build. So right now, our focus is rebuilding and building and getting more locals back into the arena. And we've been able to saturate the week with freestyles. That was a major area of concern in the past, was figure skating and access to the arena by the figure skaters. And we've more than doubled their access and been able to give them many more days per week. So a lot of good stuff. Now, we also told you in the beginning that really our philosophy here was, as a profit-oriented, profit-driven business, that we could leverage those revenues and those profits to then drive the community outreach. So that's still our mission, and it's proven true, and it's generating a lot more local awareness, and we're growing. So lastly here, the strategic initiatives. So we're working on investments in new program areas like curling. We've got some exciting new camps planned for this summer we could tell you a little bit more about. We've converted the pro shop to a Pilates studio. So we've got a lot of new folks at the arena that had never been there before, and bringing their kids, and the kids can skate. So we're excited about expanding the offerings inside the building itself. Very unique ideas. And we've applied and been awarded alcohol permit. There's been one protest, and so we're riding that out until that comes through, but it's looking good. And we're a key participant in this local Winter Sports Academy, if you've been following that effort. So we're all over that. So the tough news for us was that in our first year we had a slight loss for our first tax year. And we believe that the core revenues, or the standard revenues of public skating and program passes and freestyles, is still on a downward trajectory that we think is probably due to the economy. And so we're hoping that we're putting a lot of effort in to bring that back. But at the same time, the way we're overcoming that is by all these net new ideas and net new revenues that are really fueling a lot of the core revenues profitability. So Chris and I, in another way that this has worked, is Chris and I have taken no salaries until we can prove financial stabilization of the business. So skin in, and we're with it. Yeah. Yeah. I plan to fill this coffee cup up on the way out, if you don't mind. But we've really tightly managed our labor costs. You'll find Chris and I there all the time on the Zamboni, working in the chiller room, behind the cafe. And because of that, we understand the business, we know the business, we operate the business, but at the same time, we're able to take advantage of our time as well. And the investments in the local awareness, we believe, are going to start paying off to grow those core revenues. So really to wrap it up here, this is really kind of the end. So it's just to show you some of the ideas that we've had and that we've pulled off. This hosting a rail jam in the arena drew, I think the total number in attendance was over 300, and of people that really had never been to the arena before. And we plan to do more of these types of events here. So not only was it a revenue generator on a weekend that would have done nothing, we were able to bring in new faces. We've partnered, just as we told you in the beginning, with the NHL Elite. So we've got some key relationships with key players and members of the Sharks organization that are running elite training camps here this summer. In fact, Shattuck St. Mary's is the pinnacle training center in the U.S., and 8 kids from Shattuck's are going to be training here instead of in Minnesota. So that's the kind of thing that we know that we'll be able to really key on and continue to build the awareness for what you can do in Tahoe. Here's a kind of a view of what the new pro shop looks like. So we moved the pro shop over to where the offices were. So we don't need a lot of office space, and we figured we would convert that into more revenue generating space. So really, in conclusion here, we believe we can show that we delivered in TOT just through these new programs, these new tournaments, bringing these families into town for these tournaments and these teams, about $150K in TOT. And then we believe that plus the subsidy that we've been able to eliminate year one is a year one turnaround of about $350. So we think this is one of a great success story. That's it.
Questions from council?
I have questions on the contract, but not of the.
I have a couple of questions. You said you absorbed $30,000 in new expenses. What were these? What did you?
Insurance. So we're, as a private business, we have to pay the insurance and have a larger expense there than the city would have had in the same place. Computer equipment and
IT.
Yeah, IT expense, building up networks, and just there's a long laundry list of things going. Just getting the business operational.
Things that were built into the infrastructure that the city pays for over the whole city versus just expenses we incur as a private operator.
So the 30,000 are pretty much expenses you're incurring as a business, as opposed to something that you are putting into the rink itself.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
And team building over 8, the 8 teams that come in. Now, do they occupy the rink for the whole weekend? Is this any kind of an issue?
Often do, yeah.
Does this eliminate the possibility of folks playing, or is this an issue? Have you come up with?
Not normally. Tournaments typically will, fairly broad across a weekend, but the camps don't really impact the rest of the programs very much.
I mean, for example, we have a figure skating competition this weekend. There's very little opportunity to get on the ice. So this is, so very exciting. It's bringing a lot of families into town. We're trying to keep as many core programs around. Some of the hockey folks are going to get left out this weekend, but by and large, it's we've got so many. When we have a hockey tournament or a hockey camp come in, there's so many freestyles, figure skating freestyles that we've added during the week. So we really keep in touch with that community. We've actually brought them on staff as well. So before the figure skaters were just a separate group, we've hired the leader as an employee. So we're really tight with how to best utilize the ice and give everybody, a lot of opportunity.
And then you had mentioned that there was one protest for the your ABC or your alcohol license. I can only ask, is it a significant protest? Was this something where St. Teresa said no alcohol on
it
bingo
wasn't.
night?
We notified all the residents and businesses within the radius that's just prescribed by the ABC. This was a random protest by a non.
Yeah, it was one of the members that was opposed to the privatization of this facility that has protested.
Thank you. Other members of the council, questions on the presentation? No? Okay.
Questions, but I think they're more specific to the contract that go back to the presentation.
So, speaking to the contract, do we need a presentation on that, or are we just going to
Give you a
take
quick rundown. As you know, because of IRS regulations regarding private activity, we had to amend the contract from a 90-day termination clause when you first approved this contract in mid-July, and made that amendment by the second meeting in August to conform with the IRS. In the interim, we also reissued the debt, so we don't have an IRS issue anymore. It also saved the city, despite Mr. Crawford's remarks, it will save the community over $300,000 in debt service over the life of these bonds. I don't know how that's screwing up, but that's a new definition, I guess. In addition, instead of losing $100,000 a year, has been exemplified here and is reflected in our deficits for this arena for the last 3 years, we will actually make money as a city. So again, I don't know how that's another screw up, and I apologize for that. We'll continue to try to screw up. The term will extend to 20 years to give these operators, most importantly, the opportunity to make significant capital investments. I mean, they've gotten this boat launched. They've had the shakedown cruise. It's operating well now. I think now they're going to be primed to look at what investments they can make both to the existing facility and potentially to expand the facility. And to do that, for them to recoup their investment, they'll need a longer life. And so we think 20 years is appropriate. Clearly, there are still conditions should they fail to live up to the agreement, where you could terminate the agreement with 180 days notice versus 50. The concession fee of $2,000 a month was supposed to go to $3,000. I think because of cash flow issues, which I think are valid concerns, they would like to cap the fee at $2,000. There's still a cost of living escalator in this agreement, so it will go up by a maximum of 4%, not to exceed $4,000 by the life of this term. But they would be more willing to accept, which is, I think, in the better interest of the city, higher percentage of gross revenues over the base revenue of $600,000. So the original contract had 3%, 4%, 5% staggered over the next 3 years. They're proposing 8%, 9%, and 10%. That's going to definitely generate more income overall than a base concession rate. So I think that's to the advantage of the city. The maintenance fund would be established. The city is responsible for it is still our asset, even though it's under private operation. We are still responsible for the foundation, the structure, the roof, and the refrigeration system. And we just had a flaw with the refrigeration system. And I would argue, given the life of that compressor that went down, that was a function of poor maintenance. Again, the responsibility of the city, while we had it under our ownership, because compressors should not die after 8 or 9 years. And they, in turn, are much more diligent about making sure the operating maintenance systems are up to speed. Then finally, there's a new clause in here that incentivizes these operators to make substantial investments, whether it's a second sheet of ice, whether it's another major improvement to the existing facility, that they can make that knowing full well that if for some reason, under worst case scenario, this contract was terminated, that they would still recoup the outstanding balance of the value of the investment. So let's say they spend $1 million on a sheet of ice and it's got a 20-year life, and we terminate the contract for 10 years, the city would have to pay them, essentially lease back the balance of the improvements so that they're not adversely impacted by a decision of the city after they've, in good faith, made a significant capital investment. So it safeguards their interests. It's appropriate for the city to pay for an asset that still has a useful life. So I think overall it's a win-win. The city would still be responsible for landscaping, maintenance, and snow removal as under the existing contract, but I think overall it will give them the breathing room they need to make capital improvements and operate successfully and give the city the upside to an emerging, growing business model that they've already undertaken and have demonstrated far exceeds anything we did during our 8-year ownership and management of the facility.
Hal?
Just a couple of small questions. Under fees and charges, under the concession fee, are we giving them a grace period between September and November? It seems like we're collecting $2,000 a month through September 12, 2012, but then commencing on November 1st, thereafter they pay $2,000 again. What happens October 1st? Everything else triggers October 1st except for that, which triggers November 1st.
They're paying 30 days at the end of the month, basically, they're paying. So the November 1st payment is for October.
Okay.
And December 1st will be for November.
And then I like the fact that we, rather than try to increase the concession rate, we're going on a 8% of the gross. I think that's
8,
better.
9, and 10%. Within 3 years, we'll be at 10%. We get 10% of their revenues above $600,000, and we feel comfortable that they're growing this business as we couldn't, and their success will be our success.
Then the other issue is under the definition. So there's going to be three things that they're allowed to do as far as improvements to the property, be they capital equipment, capital improvement, or fixtures. And my understanding is there's limits on the equipment that has to be at least $50,000 in order to get this amortization schedule. Yeah. $100,000 for capital improvement. Reading further, the fixtures mean anything over $2,500. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And all three of those they can't put those improvements in without prior approval.
Consent of the city, exactly.
All right.
Because ultimately, this is still the city's asset. So if for some reason, if these two gentlemen unfortunately were hit by a bus, we'd have to take it over. So we need to make sure the improvements are consistent with the city's interests, because ultimately someday we may have to retake it over. So our interests are always being monitored and secured.
All of these things are going to be amortized over 30 years?
Well, it depends on the asset. No, some we'll agree on the asset life of all the improvements.
So that'll be
and
agreed upon when they do it?
Yeah.
I mean, if fixtures mean new hand towel dispensers or something, we can't amortize those over 20 years.
No. That would be probably a 2 or 3 year kind of capital improvement. Most of these things are well defined by the IRS code. So we will rely upon existing documentation as to what the asset life of these improvements are. So we're not just guessing. They're strict accounting codes for most of these items.
Thank you.
Section 19's been amended to try to address how we'd amortize it and depreciate them over the time. So,
yeah, my concern's been addressed. And looking at this, it has to be a partnership. It can't be just one-sided for the city, one-sided for the folks that lease it. So, the comments I'm getting from around the community are very positive, and I get it from the hockey moms. That could be the worst or the best, and they're very pleased with the way the ice skating ring is being handled and the way the tournaments are going. On this partnership with a 180-day cancellation clause, I think it's fair that if you're going to invest some money into the ice skating ring, that if we do cancel the contract for what.
Backtrack here. They've got the right to cancel with 180 days notice at any time.
I understand.
We've got the right to cancel with 90 days notice, only if there's a breach or a default.
Yeah. My point is, whether it's 90, 180 days, is that there's a mechanism there. If you're not incentivized. If we have a 90-day and even a 180-day, whatever it is, even if we had $180, 180 days, you're not incentivized to invest, because we could come back and say, hey, give you 180-day notice and you're out of there. So I think this is fair to both sides. Considerable amount of capital for a second sheet of ice. And for us to amortize the rest of it on the balance, I think is fair. And again, I look at this as a balanced approach. It's got to benefit you. You're not going to do it. But I have to tell you, we're light years ahead from where we were before, where it was costing us $100,000, and we never calculated the value of the TOT, which is $147 approximately, and now we're turning it around at 350 savings to the city. That's significant in less than a year. And I'm sorry you haven't taken a salary yet, but I'm sure you guys are capable to figure that out sooner than later.
Thank you.
Angela.
Couple of questions. Congratulations, guys. The news in general is really good. One question I haven't, it really goes, let me go away from that. Let me go to the contract one on page 8. Well, it was 8 on the red line on the quality of concessionaire services. And I'm looking at a couple of questions because all of this contract really matters if things aren't going well. You're not happy, we're not happy. And my one concern, thinking from the city's perspective, is in a 20-year contract, if the only ways we can get out are for default, are we meeting, to me there's a broader question, is are you still continuing to provide a quality of service that meets the community's goals? You may be making house of fire money, but you're not meeting the intent of providing a community asset and something that benefits the community. So I'm looking at how can the city, just so you understand my perspective, approach this professionally and consistently so that we have fair measures and you have a fair measure to understand what our expectation is of you. So that's why I'm looking at quality of concessionaire services, because really under default it would be if then again on page 21 is the other place I'm referencing, where the only thing we have is if there's a deterioration of service for any period, which the only thing I can link it to in talking to Patrick is back to quality of service. In the original agreement, so that's the background. We asked for that there would be a survey created between the two parties and put out for measuring. I have a feeling that's probably, has that been done? No. I would ask that we do that and really thoughtfully approach it as that being our baseline for whatever kind of, whether it's an annual or semi-annual measurement that goes out, so that we're continuing again to have a measurement so that we can say to you, not capriciously, you're either meeting our needs as the concessionary in here or not, and so that it's fair and objective. So that's what I'd like to have. And again, not because I have any doubts, but because I think that's the only way, if we're going to go to a 20-year agreement, that we really look at the city's interest and so that we're not capricious. The second thing is that going to a percentage could be very viable for us, but it's also based on what your profits are. And I'm looking through the records inspection clause in this.
Just as a point of
Yes.
information, it's not a function of profits. This is based on gross revenue.
It's just on gross. We don't have to
Yeah.
worry about
Yeah,
audit or
exactly.
profit. Thank you for the
That was
correction on
intentionally
that.
done.
So that we do that. All right, that's all I wanted to look, because if we were,
Why they're wearing the clothes they are.
that's, yeah. But, all right, but I would still, so thank you. That solves most of my concern here. But I would also like the city to make sure we come up with a routinized period of inspection or looking or working with the books to make sure we're comfortable with operations. Again, because it's not fair to you all to have us change midstream or willy-nilly or not come in for a year and then 2 or 3 times come in and ask for information. I want to make sure that we're very professional in how we're going forward with this so that we do keep that respect, especially since we're looking at what's, a 20-year marriage with a few out clauses. I hope you're comfortable with that.
Absolutely. So.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Follow-up question.
Okay. Yeah.
I just want some clarification on our replacement fund. So my understanding is it will include the concessionaire's fee, but it may be more than that. So is it safe to assume then that all the concessionaire's fee, the $2,000 a month, is not going to come to the city general fund or anything? It's going to this replacement fund. Yeah. So there'll be no money generated back to us. And if this replacement fund isn't sufficient if something fails and there's not enough money in that maintenance fund, we have to come up with a difference based on that amortization schedule. So I guess it's really going to depend on who's going to determine the life of anything they buy. And is that just going to be an agreement between the concessionaires and the city? Yeah. Because the longer that is, the more we're on the hook to use the money that we were assuming is going to be going back to our general fund just to maintain equipment.
Yeah. And again, most of the things that would be contemplated are already defined in accounting and IRS code, so it's not as if we have to debate that. There's fairly stringent standards for asset life.
But there's no limit to it. If indeed the $2,000 or $3,000 a month we put in this replacement fund is not enough, we're obligated to make up the difference. There's no cap on that.
Yeah. But the intent of the replacement fund was to make sure that we were securing and setting aside funds for constant improvement of facilities, so these facilities would not be run into the ground, which is a tradition here.
But so the operators really aren't doing much for the deferred maintenance account. We're doing the deferred maintenance account.
Yeah.
And I always thought that there would be a shared.
Well, they're producing the revenue for it. We're just making sure it's secure and not spending for other purposes, because this is still the city's asset. We need to make sure that this is an asset that is kept up and properly maintained, and that's still our obligation, because we may someday have to take it over, and we need to make sure that we've set aside a sinking fund, because we don't have that anywhere else in the city for vehicles, and that's why we're in the state we're in, for facilities, and that's why we're in the state we're in. We purposely designed this to make sure these funds were not absconded for other reasons other than to continually keep up and maintain
And
this
I'm
facility.
totally for that. I just want to make sure that we don't put these amortization schedules so long that we've actually paid for the equipment over and above it, and then have to pay again to
We'll be
replace
glad to bring back a
it. No, we
schedule
don't have
for
to.
you.
I just want to make sure that agreement of what each facility or fixture, what its replacement schedule is going to be, is sat down, and we talk about a realistic life for them.
We will.
Tony, could you clarify, is that sinking fund then going to be based on funds out of our city budget that's set aside?
No.
Or funds we receive from them? That's
revenues generated
That's
from
what I
this
thought.
agreement.
I just want to make sure that was very
they're
clear.
earmarked to maintain with this facility.
They don't meet the requirement, we're obligated
Yeah,
to make the difference.
yeah.
Right.
But we have that obligation today. These are just additional funds generated by this operation that, again, instead of running deficits and paying for both capital improvements and operating expenses, now we have revenue that actually can be set aside for future capital improvements.
If there's a long-term problem, then I'm just following up
Yeah.
on Hal, with the ability to maintain an income stream into the sinking fund, that could indicate, then that could potentially be an issue for default somewhere along the line. Not in the short term, but if they're unable to provide us with revenue to be able to do it, to maintain, at some point,
They clearly have demonstrated they'll be able to exceed the $600,000 benchmark revenue base and produce revenue for us. If they don't do that, believe me, they don't want to be operating this facility
That's what I
because
thought,
they're
yeah.
not successful.
I mean, that's an indication there's something broader going on.
This requires a win-win scenario that they start making a profit and improving their clothing line, and we set aside money for this facility.
I'm going to ask straight up, why is it that we're approving a 20-year contract since there's no capital investment at this point? One of the things when we talked about this to begin with was the notion that we were going to be considering this in the future, but that there would had to be a track record established, and I do think that the first year certainly you have done an amazing job and certainly seem to be on course, but by your own admission, this was not a profit-making venture for you at this point. It may have been a cost-savings venture for the city, and we are very appreciative, and obviously the whole process has been catching on. But, at this point, we are making a 20-year contract based on a hope that there's going to be capital improvement. I'm not sure why we are committing ourselves this far out.
Well, for one reason, unless we want to assume carrying the deficit for this facility, we can take it over again. The last time I checked, there weren't a line of people wanting to take on this risk. These two gentlemen are, and they're saving the city $100,000 a year. And secondly, now that they have it in the direction they want, they clearly are contemplating capital improvements, and they need to have an incentive knowing the type of improvements they probably are envisioning have asset lives far beyond 10 years. And so they need the incentive of knowing and the security that there's potentially a 20-year agreement. I mean, if they default and don't perform, then they're out of there in 90 days. But they need to have an incentive and a carrot out there that there's a level of comfort there to make these improvements. And worst case, let's say 10 years down the road, something happens. As a new city council, Bill Crawford's here and doesn't like the idea of privatization, then the city needs to lease back those improvements, and that gives them further security and comfort that they won't get, quote, screwed.
I do understand it from a private investor standpoint. I am not completely comfortable with this from the city standpoint, and I'm not quite candidly because 1 year does not a track record make. I think the intent is absolutely straightforward. We would like, in fact, for this facility not just to be profitable, but also be a facility for our local residents. That was the intent of the ice ring to begin with. And I think that goes to this issue of, before I am comfortable with an additional 10-year lease, I'd like to have I'd like to say to you all, I think this is a great idea. We're looking forward to capital improvements there, but I'm not real comfortable signing a 20-year lease without the other side of this, which is what are the capital improvements? Have we achieved the balance between local usage as well as the profitable usages from bringing other clubs here? And to that end, you said there's a 90-day clause in all of this. Well, the 90-day clause, as I read it, basically you guys really need to be arrested and thrown in jail before that's an issue. And I know that's not the case. So my view on this is I'm not quite sure why we're going with the 20 years. It's a 10-year contract, 10 years, and maybe the proviso that when you all are have a significant base of operation and are ready to make the next capital investment, we then consider increasing the lease.
Just a couple of quick questions or comments. Your comments would want me to have a 20-year lease. I mean, and second of all, in Tahoe business time, they've done a remarkable job in 1 year. I run a business. Our first business forecast was to make a profit in 2 years. It took us 5 to 6 years. And I wouldn't enter into agreement unless I know I had some of those guarantees. This is a business venture. They've already saved us money. And I don't mean it personally, but I'm just saying the comments another council might make, I would be nervous if I have that agreement with them. So it gives them that security they really need in a political uncertainty world.
Well, I can address a couple of the points you made.
Okay.
One, you talked about the public. We're working on a program with the middle school right now where every Wednesday when school gets out at 1 o'clock because of Collaboration Day, that's going to be a free program. We actually are going to offer that to every middle school age child that wants to go to the ice rink and do homework, skate, or hang out. So, I've lived here 50 years. I'm not exactly fly-by-night. Secondly, we haven't really had a contract and therefore have not really divulged any of our future plans because we weren't certain of having a future or not having a future. So our capital improvement is really a chicken or the egg problem. We haven't been able to go any further with any of our ideas because we haven't been able to say that we were going to be here in a year. And, thirdly, I and Van have worked technically for free for 1 year. And I wouldn't be doing that if I didn't think there was light at the end of the tunnel. If not for the fun of it, just because we're having a great time. And ultimately, 20 years is a long time. I'll probably be too old to ice skate in 20 years. But in order for us to make any kind of capital improvement, we have to have the runway to be able to make those improvements. Otherwise, we can't attract investment. We won't get the money to raise it ourselves, or we just won't do it. We'll do things that that can pay themselves back in 10 years. Those are very small investments. We have some really great plans, and we're going to be back here in a very short while to let you know what those are. But we really can't go any further until we get where we're going.
To get where you're going, is it necessary for you to have a 20-year lease locked in now? Is it not a possibility of saying, hey, look, we've gotten this first year under our belt, life is good, we are now going, and we've got this 10-year contract with the proviso that if we bring back a capital improvements plan, that we also open the renegotiations of the lease?
I'd probably be unwilling to go any further with that.
Get financing, you got to go to the bank. And if they're going to say I got a 10-year contract, I can guarantee you they're not going to finance it. Or an investor group. You just like your mortgage is a 30-year mortgage on a house. Unless you got a heck of a lot of money, I just think it's important you have that safeguard. There's safeguards in the contract. I'm not worried about it, the 90-day and the 180-day. But you need some reassurance in the long run, and I think that 20-year provides it for them. And I come from a business perspective, and I think that's what's important about this agreement, that you have those comforts levels.
Yeah.
I can understand both views that have been expressed. I have some concerns about paragraph 19, and I'm looking at the red line copy. On the red line copy, it's 11, page 11. I think there should be some language in here that the parties sit down and determine the useful life of any asset in advance, so there's no dispute. Let me say this. The IRS code might say in useful life of a roof is 20 years. In Tahoe, it might be only 15 because of the snow. And if we agree in advance what those life expectancies are, that if there is an early termination, both parties know what they're getting into, and there'd be less dispute.
I think that's reasonable.
The other thing is, I'm not comfortable allowing the city's department service director give the permission to make the improvements. I think it should be higher up, either the city manager or the city council. I think we should be informed what's going on, and I think putting it at that level is not enough. And if we could put that in, that would be good. You do have a protection. Let's say we had a 5-year lease, and you bought a 20-year useful life equipment. You're gonna get your 15 years back, and so you don't have a downside risk as to the term of the lease in that respect. Though I can understand Tom's comment that banks might not lend on a 10-year lease, but you do have that special provision that I don't see in commercial contracts necessarily regarding getting your money back. Mm-hmm. The other thing I wanted to point out with this is, let's say there is an early ending for whatever reason, 7 years from now, and we have all this equipment that has another 10 years useful life, and you get a pro rata return on that. Should we have some provision that we have some time to do that? I wouldn't want that to hit our budget all at once, within 3 years or some other period that would allow us to comply with that provision without having our budget hit all at once. So I don't know what would be the criteria on that, but it just seems to me I don't want to be hit all at once.
That comes from a good legal background.
Yeah, where? Anyway, on paragraph 28 on the assignment, I think on the red line copy, the top of page 17. I think there's a conflict of language when we say that the assignment shall be granted within the city's discretion, but shall not be unreasonably withheld. There's a lot of law in that area that's saying reasonably withheld almost gives you no right to object. Yeah, there's a lot of case law that says unreasonably withheld kind of means, you have to have some tremendous reason to reject. And again, this paragraph is very important to us because we know the qualifications and the history of these two gentlemen. And if there's an assignment, we want someone as sensitive and outreaching, and I think we should strike the words "not unreasonably withheld" and leave it within the discretion of the council because it is such an important assignment to us. Especially if you decide to leave the scene in 8 years and we have 12 years left, we want to be able to have someone be a successor that we can live with for all kinds of tangible and intangible reasons. So I think we should strike those 4 words.
Well, I think, first of all, that was negotiated. I agree with you, Councilmember Grego. I'd prefer not to have them in. I don't think the bar is quite as high as you make it, being unreasonably withheld. We could certainly look at the financial ability of whoever the proposed assignee is and things like that, and the courts would uphold that. But you're right, it's a high bar. We cannot just withhold it just because we didn't.
Another way I have approached it is if you have that language, then I set forth the criteria. They have to be residents of the area. I'm just giving you arbitrary, but you can put all kinds of criteria so that if someone comes in, that they have similar financial wherewithal as the people leaving and all this kind of stuff. So either define what you mean, and you can do it that way too. But I think that language, the way it's written now, I don't think that's acceptable to me because especially if we have a 20-year contract. We have a 10-year contract, maybe we can live with the imperfections of that. But 20 years, God, where are we all going to be in 20 years? And so I think that should be changed. That's my opinion. Yeah. Yes. And I think that those were the kind of concerns. I really think that we should have an exit strategy to repay these gentlemen if there's an early termination. Oh, one other question I had was, you deleted a paragraph as to why grounds for termination. And you guys deleted the section saying that if they provide, make misrepresentation on any kind of forms they fill out. I'll find it in a second.
That was on with the
Page 21. Yeah, it was in the original contract.
Yeah.
I think
Why
the
would
reason
you
we
wanna do
deleted
that?
it is because that was the initial application that they submitted last year. Our feeling is by this time we've reviewed the RFP and we know there's no misrepresentations.
It's inoperable language now.
Okay. I kind of read it more broadly, thinking that if they submit a financial statement that is incorrect in the future. Okay, fair enough.
Let's go back to your first comment on paragraph 19 with the approval.
Yes.
So you'd want to reword that. It would still go through Development Services Director or Department, I guess, actually, for processing, and then we'd make it subject to the approval of the City Council.
Yes, this way we know what's going in. Otherwise, you guys will pick something we might not
I have a
like.
problem with, because there's two issues here. One, if you read everything in black, at any time these guys want to make improvements to it, and they want to take sole responsibility for the expense without reimbursement from the city, all they need is the Development Services Director approval. Then it goes on, but if they do it and they want, it doesn't say if they want reimbursement, the red part kind of conflicts with it. It seems like there's two scenarios. One, if they want to do improvements and take the responsibility for it, they can do that pretty much with the services director. But if they want to set up a depreciation schedule and get reimbursed, that's a separate issue. Do you read that same do I do, Patrick? If you read that first sentence, if at any time they want to construct alterations at the concessionaire's sole cost and expense and without reimbursement for the city, this is what they need to do. But then there's another scenario. If they want to do additions or improvements and they want it to be depreciated and backed up by this maintenance fund, then there's a different criteria. I mean, what is the purpose of saying it's being done at the sole cost and expense and without reimbursement?
I kind of, what I read was that they have to buy everything at their cost, but if they depreciate it and they quit early, we have to pay part of it back. I mean, that's how I saw it.
But this also,
The way we'd pay is if the contract was ended early.
I know, and I'm going back to this big issue of the asset life and who's going to determine that and who's going to approve it. I think that's the biggest risk we can take, because I agree with Angela and Bruce have a good point that their risk is really minimized now, because any capital expenditure due are going to be amortized, and if they leave early, they're going to be reimbursed for everything that they have in the life of that thing. So the risk is really minimized. Originally, we were going to enter this contract because they want to make some huge capital investments. We wanted to protect them. Well, we're going to protect them with this depreciation fund we're going to set up. And so I think that the how that is handled is really important to this contract. And so,
But the one other point that, just to follow up what you're saying, is that if it seems to be should be a provision that if this contract ends naturally at the 20-year mark, even if there are capital improvements that are unpaid, they don't get any money back. It just ends. This is only for early termination.
So that would encourage early investment, but no later investment.
Well, maybe.
the other thing I think this speaks to is the broad issue that Claire brought up of the 20 years. I totally get the financing and to be able to invest. You want this longer-term relationship. But to what all of us are talking about, we have various degrees of discomfort, whether it's on specifics about the asset life and the management, or should it be 20 years, or maybe, and more, why not? How is this relationship defined? How do we look at that notion? Because taken to an extreme, as I'm reading the part you were referencing, Hal, if they chose to put $10 million in but didn't want us to reimburse it, we wouldn't have say-so at the most extreme in their choice to do that on a public facility that's got a lot of ramifications in how the broad public use goes on. That's extreme. I don't think that would happen.
Well, it's
but
not
this goes
extreme
back to
in
that
that the
relationship.
council has to agree to that improvement. They can't just unilaterally make that improvement. You have to agree to that, and you know with full knowledge that should they not meet the conclusion of this contract, you have to pick up the lease payments.
But but let's go back to the simple little exchange that happened between Chris and Claire. And I don't think we're without solution. I think maybe what this reflects is we haven't had enough chance to look through this and to create, I don't want to say the word relationship. That's the only word I have right now. To feel comfortable about, well, it's not even the questions, but to say, how's it going to go? Claire asked Chris, why do you need 20 years? Why can't, part of me said the same thing. Why can't you do 10 when you're ready for it? We have this meeting of the minds and understanding of what you're doing. We embrace this idea as good, as a high priority. And then we say, let's go for it. We'll give you what you need to extend this and to make this happen. And Chris, your response was, and it was probably just in the moment the way you heard it was, I'm not going to go any further than if that's what you need. But so on that, at least the way I heard it was that you didn't want to have to share with us your plan, without having this contract first.
Well, we can't because we don't have a contract. Technically.
Well, you do have
we
a 10-year contract.
A temporary contract that doesn't allow us to really make any improvements at all.
So, and I think that's
We're not
maybe
there
there's
yet
this
now.
gap there because my perception is you have a 10-year commitment from us and a contract that does that with an expectation that you need to be able to build and be able to invest. Frankly, the way the city goes, we don't even own our own city hall. Our best hope to see capital improvement and expansion is probably with a private sector partner just like you. And it's a good thing. But I don't hear on our side that sense of understanding and shared vision. For heaven's sakes, we hear earlier when we were trying to talk about naming Lakeview Commons, and it's only the first part of a 30-year caretaking and investment in 56 acres. So if that's got people wondering how do we work together and do something, there is this notion of how is the public involved and invested, and knowing that we're supporting you and you're supporting the public's need and goals as the caretaker and as a partner in this thing. And I just feel like maybe to me that we're close, but we need this chance to talk about how do we get there. So if nothing else, we feel more reassured about moving forward because this is new for us. Anyway.
So let me say something else too, though. We customarily continue to put pipes in the ground for drainage, and we commit to the state of California that we're going to maintain it for 20 years. So 20 years, we have exposure to that issue. But again, you do have it both ways. If you had a 10-year contract and not a 20, and we have this provision that we pay you for the improvements, your downside risk is very small.
Mm-hmm. Well, remember too, we bring you a business plan. We jointly agree on the business plan is a real deal, and it wouldn't go forward unless you approve it. So you would be, we're basically investing in this opportunity, right?
So, Van, why is it that Chris is feeling the sense of resistance to us? If you're sharing your business plan with us, a good business plan talks about what your capital, where you're going, your 5-year outlook, and that would include some presumed capital investment. Why wouldn't you be able to share or feel like there's this level of doing that with us in advance? As part of deciding to go to 20 years.
Right. Well, on one hand, too, we're building a business now, right? And we're building serious upside revenues. And we're in this, with a ton of skin in. So we want to be here for the long term. We've talked to you already about the things that we've done, but that we're growing. And this is a lot of work. So we're in, building these camps, building these relationships. To reproduce that is very difficult, right? The amount of work that we're putting into building these long-term, sustainable, relationships and programs. So we're in it for the long haul, and we'd like to know that the value that we bring into this is going to be there for the 20-year period.
But I think the question here is that, and I do understand that. I do understand that you all have a lot of skin in the game, but I also think I need to reflect the fact that when we built this ice rink, this was an ice rink built for this community with community money, and I think you all have honored that to a great extent. I guess where I'm going to on this is that The notion of having an additional 10 years without having any idea of what capital improvement means, particularly if the city, if anything goes south, the city is ending up with that. It does not sound to me to be a sound proposition as far as the city is concerned.
There's nothing to compel you. I'm sorry.
I just want to make, and again, I go back to this partnership. When you go, whether it's a 10-year or 20-year contract, the bank is not going to buy a 10-year financing plan and the city will take it over if, in fact, you leave within 10 years. It's not going to happen. That's another partner and another unknown. So to do it. Now, to Claire's point, I don't see the difference. If you have a 20-year and you don't make capital improvement in it, then there's a reason you didn't. If you got a 20-year and you make capital improvement, that's because you see the light at the end of the tunnel. It's not a train. And you can see it profitability. So I don't really have a problem. I still think there's safeguards in there, and I agree with Bruce and the rest of the council. We need to agree on the amortization of that first before that asset's, purchased and put into use. I have no problem with that. That makes good business sense. But, it's not uncommon to have 20-year contracts. In fact, 30 years. I'm surprised bank would even finance on a 20-year anymore. Because the high cost of the, you're talking $1 million if you go a second sheet of ice, right?
Could be more.
Could be more. And I don't know how you could even do that in 20 years.
I have one other comment about the default provisions. Maybe the concern here is not the 20 years, is that what if, as time goes on, there's a disconnect and you're not serving the community's needs, but you're not violating the contract? Then we're stuck with a vendor that everybody's very unhappy about. I don't know if there's any language we could put in.
That's what I asked about earlier in sections 5 and 13.
Well, I think, where we try to tie that in is E on, at least on the red line version, page 21, and to tie that back to paragraph 13, talking about customer service and standards.
Yeah, that's where I started with earlier, with wanting, because we have to establish the
that's
survey
what you need to look
and
at.
a baseline for what we believe is the quality and what the baseline representations are that we need. So that's what I was asking for at the beginning, because I am concerned about default language. Tom, I want to go back to a piece, and guys, bear with us, because a lot of this is just very clearly our chance to work together and not just work with you. So I feel like you're here talking to us, but at points you're kind of just cut out, be comfortable with it.
No problem.
But I don't disagree about 20 years of doing it. You're saying, what's the downside? Part of the downside is why should we as a city, enter into a 20-year agreement unless we have a sense of assurance of what the plan is and if there is a tangible plan happening. If they don't do it, it's like there's no benefit to us to be in a 20-year agreement over a 10-year agreement unless we have a real sense and a surety of where this vision is and going, that we've bought in to do it. I get with doing it once you're at that point of doing the banks, when there is a sense of shared vision. That's why I keep saying I think we're close, but where we're hung up on isn't. I think if I look at Claire, you wouldn't have a problem voting on a 20-year plan if you had a firmer sense, even now knowing you're only not even a full year in, and looking at, can we make this work, and in year 6, 7, 8 we think we're going to do this, but that there was a clearer sense of what the path is. I think, and that's what I'm looking at. I don't see a reason right now to go to 10 years when we have an ill-defined sense of what's our continued public interest and are you delivering it.
You said stick with 20? You said don't go to 10?
No, I said I don't. I could only see it. They haven't given me what I need to see.
I can't see going with 10.
But I think there's another part of this, and that cuts to your issue, Angela, about this is a community asset. And there's got to strike a balance between community usage and profitability. And how that happens, you suggested a survey. I'm not sure that the survey is the right way or not, but I do.
The survey is what's in the contract. It's the only thing we've got in there right now.
It's the only thing we've got. All right. Essentially, again, if it all went well, and you all had your second sheet of ice, and we were cruising along, I certainly do understand the commitment in terms of city council. But I want to make sure that we still maintain that this is a community asset, that that's the reason it was purchased. And so I just, other than coming up with a capital plan and asking for the extension at that time, which is not something that I think council is disagreeing with, Simply creating a concessionaire, at this point, this is a contract for a concessionaire for the ice arena for 20 years with
Let
no...
me ask you this. If we approve a 10-year contract, and then they come back later with that capital investment we're all looking for, then can we not amend it for another 10 years?
It's already a 10-year contract.
No, I'm saying if they wanted a 20-year, let me back up.
That's my point, Tom, is when they come
have
back
a 10-year,
with
but
a
if they want
capital...
to add it with capital, and they show it to us with the amortization, we agree on the cost, then we could add the 10 years to it.
That's my point.
It's really been the discussion all along,
Does
I
that
think.
work?
Yeah, that would be fine. But, one more thing, Claire. It was taken as resistance. It's really not resistance. You keep saying it's a community asset, and I completely agree with you. However, one of the things that we presented in our first PowerPoint was that the local community will never sustain that rink. It will not. We've proven it to ourselves, even in the last 8 months, that it will not sustain itself with the local population as it declines and as there's very little interest. We've been actually working very hard to increase the awareness and the interest in that facility for the public that lives here. And so yes, I agree with you. It is a public asset. It's owned by our city, and it's a great one.
Let me tell you something, and this goes back to the parking garage. We hire these consultant wizards, as I call them, and we did the same thing with this ice skating ring with an outfit out of, was it Roseville now? And they came up with all this dazzle and stuff that's going to make money, it's going to be this. I have never seen, parking garage, another example, these consultants have never been correct for whatever reason. And this ice skating ring, one reason we bought it was because, I call them consultant wizards because half the time I don't think they know what they're talking about, said this ice skating ring, and I found the study the other day and read it. Supposed to make a heck of a lot of money. Never happened.
Well, and if we could go back and, anyway, I don't even want to go there.
But Chris, you would agree that right now it's a concessionaire's contract, pretty much, how you share the revenues and so forth. But I think all of us want to see some infrastructure improvements and then some decent return on that investment. So, and I agree with Claire. If and when you come back with a plan to put 100,000 or 200,000 in, and what you're doing, that would come coincidentally with an extension in the contract.
I'm not going to argue with 10 years. I mean, realistically, I see your point completely, and I would.
But at 10 years, but if 3 years from now you come back and say, I want to put another sheet of ice in, I want to do something major.
Well, we want to do it before that and see the whole upside of the 8, 9, 10%.
But then you come back to us and we extend the lease to accommodate
that. If we
that.
didn't do anything for 10 years except run the ice rink, we would probably make it to $700,000 in revenue a year. And that's working our butts off. Okay, so the only real upside for us is to make some improvements to the property, attract more people there. We can still rent ice, and that's what we've been doing for 8 months. And, the profit share ideas that we have, they're all going to work. And we will get there. And we may actually, even if we could, maybe even raise it to $1 million in revenues. And I'm hypothetically speaking here because I can't prove anything. The upside there is going to be any kind of capital improvements, and I know you need to see those.
From our perspective, the value or the risk we're taking by giving you a long-term contract is in return for a long-term investment. Otherwise, we're going to go with a $600,000 million a year revenue and nothing.
I'm not going to do that anyway because that wouldn't work for me.
And so it doesn't work for us either. So we'd like to see what you're going to do to it, and in return, we should have a contract that reflects that kind of an investment.
It might be 5 years you come to us.
Tom,
Just quick. 5 years you might come to us, and now you've got a capital improvement. So we may extend it. That'll be another 20 years from that 5 years.
I have a different thought. Being in business, you have to trial and error. You got to see what works, what doesn't work. You obviously would feel more secure with a 20-year lease, and we would be more secure if we knew what you were going to do it. Let's not talk about what you're going to do. Put a provision there that they will invest a minimum of X amount of dollars during those 20 years in capital improvements approved by us. How can we envision what's going to be good 15 years from now?
Well, we can share, our plan and what we want to do, but at the same time, with the skin in and being totally incentive and motivated to grow the top line revenues so we can actually make some money and have a long term so we know that we can take advantage of that is the sentiment behind the agreement and extension. In terms of the other point around the local access. To me, we are so committed to that and have proven that. And in terms of the schools and the access and the amount of kids that we've opened up, free ice for, I just want to make sure that that's extremely clear how committed to that we are. And at the same time, these tournaments that we've brought in allow our local teams, the opportunity to participate, like the Mike Jamboree. So in absence of us doing that and putting those types of programs together, we get both benefits. One, it's the destination, the TOT. Two, it's core revenue for the business. And three, it gives our team something to do here in town. So that's front of mind. Otherwise, the constituency, this is the way this business works, right? If our constituency left us, that would take away all those core revenues. We'd be underwater, and there'd be no reason. We're completely incented to maintain and grow that. And it's just, I want you to be able to see that.
I appreciate that. And you need to understand that actually it's a mark of your success in terms of the community participation and not a mark of failure. I think you guys have done an amazing job. But this is all really, really good stuff. And I know you're committed to this community. Who else would be crazy enough to take this on? But I just wanted that if you project the success that you and the city hopes for, that in that process that we haven't lost community access. And I do think you're committed to it, but I just want to make sure that in the future, let's say you were successful enough to get, a professional team up here. These are just things envisioned in the future. So it's not so much, it's just keeping in mind that whatever the proportion of community involvement or how that works needs to be something that's looked at throughout this process and not just, in the beginning. Because it will be your success that will make it, I would assume, more difficult for community access, and that was my point. What you've presented today, and certainly the involvement of the community, has been stellar. It's been amazing, and I appreciate it.
Okay.
Well, my recommendation is I would recommend that we send this back to staff to look at it to see, because if there's a business plan or something, you've indicated in some ways that you may be ready to show things or to look at it. I wouldn't want to vote this down, nor am I prepared to vote for 20 years. I feel like we've unearthed some issues that should be followed up by the city manager, the city attorney, and the community services director to take a look at. That would be my proposal. I don't know if we even need a vote on that or just a direction. Say if it took till, we're starting to load up a lot on the 15th.
We need a contract with the purveyor.
We have a contract.
We don't, though, actually.
Why don't we?
Because
the side letter only went to February 1st.
Okay.
So technically, we've been out of compliance
what I
for a
said.
couple months.
So you're trespassing.
In a way.
Can we extend this side letter for a couple of months in order to be able to work these issues out, including the notion of what the capital improvements plan is?
If you can be ready, it's great. That's just fast work. And looking at everything else that's starting to pile up on the 15th.
Yeah, I think the first meeting in June is probably more reasonable. There's three things I would stress. This was an expense center to the city. Now it is a revenue center to the city. And all the other bidders on this project were going to charge the city to operate the facility. This was the only group that was actually going to take on the complete risk and reward. And they're doing that. And I think that's why they want some assurance that they have a longer life than 10 years, because the assets that need to be improved clearly require more than a 10-year depreciation. So it's a chicken and egg situation. You either have to have fundamental trust that they're looking out for the interests of the community, which I think they've demonstrated, and are prepared to make investments. But if you're going to wait till they're prepared to make it without the assurance that it's going to be 20 years, you may never get it. And if you lose them, then you're back to paying for a facility that loses money, or hiring an outside operator that's going to charge you to operate facilities. So that's your risk.
I don't think we're that black and white, though, Tony. I don't like that characterization. We're asking.
I do, because I've been in this industry. You don't get people like this coming down the street. You
But
know,
Tony-
I operate 2 ice arenas in Florida from a group from Canada. I mean, this is a gift to the city to have a private enterprise come in and take a liability off your hands, generate income for you, and on top of that, make investments for you. And I just think that 20 years, I had a 20-year deal in Florida. That's what they need to ensure that they're going to get a return on their investment. So I don't know what else you're asking for or
But
what you
Tony,
expect.
at this point, there's no clear vision of what the investment is. And we're signing an issue here.
If there's no investment, the city's already won. That's what's being overlooked here. You're saving $100,000 a year in cost, plus you're making revenue. There's a turnaround here of $250,000 a year. You're ignoring those fundamental economics. The investment is only gravy train. And I would lock into someone that's willing to take a liability off my books and turn it into an asset any day of the week. But, you know, you have a different perspective.
So the question is, can we have this coming back on the 15th instead of waiting till the 1st? Time creates uncertainty. Do you need that many? Is it going to take that long to make these changes?
It's up to these gentlemen. I mean, we can work, but it's a question of, you know, what their interests are in time frame. But I think we're losing sight of what is being accomplished today and what could be accomplished over 20 years without any improvements.
You're also staking the claim that they're going to be here for 20 years and they're going to keep doing this and saving our lives. All we see as a council, and knowing this town, having as long as we've been here, is that the minute if this goes south on them in a year, they'll just opt out and do it.
All that means is the status quo, something we've accepted for the last 8 years.
And we're happy getting it for 10 years. You're pushing. I'm going to just
mean,
go back to.
I don't see
really
any
like
downside.
To
I see zero downside.
We need a little more briefing, a little more time to talk with you, to talk with our staff and understand this better. That's what I'm asking for.
I'll tell you, it's an interesting perspective that us that are in business and understand it. And I get it because
Councilmember Davis.
us that are in business and understand it, you need a long period. Like I said, when we started our business, we thought we were going to make money in 2 years. It took us 6.
A year ago, we were at 5 years and went to 10. Now we're at 20 in less than a year.
I understand
That's
that,
all I'm
Angela.
talking about. And I understand I have a business background too, but I just am asking for time, and I don't want to be
Well, I just think
belittled
it's,
for it.
I buy the time. I don't know what's going to change, but I have to understand that the business needs. They amortize the cost of this, and if we don't get anything in there in 20 years, we still saving now $250,000 to $300,000 a year, or up a year. So I really don't see
Tom,
the
I
problem.
understand that. I think everybody understands the savings part of it. I also think that we're making a major commitment if we're investing in the Zamboni machine. That's something that the city is going to be covering. At this point, there is absolutely no pushback on what you all want to do. The question is, what is the agreement here? And frankly, the agreement as it stands right now is for a concessionaire in the ice arena for 20 years. And
They've agreed to go 10, come back with us with a financing of capital or a capital proposal. They'd agree to that.
I
Let's
don't
move
know if they
forward.
have agreed to
They
that.
said they did.
Yes, however, you've got to be clear that, a 10-year term may limit what we are able to do.
No, my point was, and I asked you this,
Yes.
10 years, but you come back 2 weeks from now with a capital plan, then we would amend a contract for another 10 years. Once you
could.
bring this plan back to us.
Yes.
Oh, we wait so darn long for these things.
Let the staff catch up, because there's some other paragraphs here that need to be corrected anyway, especially about the payback. I think it's really important that we have a system in place now.
We'll strive to get it back on the May 15th agenda. In reality, we only get about 1 week to try to get that worked out. So
Why do we need it then?
And
I mean, is
if
there
not,
no
it'll be
reason
on
we
the
can't?
June 5th. Yeah.
Let's
If we can't make it,
let's
we'll
make
do
this
so.
thoughtful. Not that we're dragging our feet. This is a huge decision, and let's make it thoughtful and look at some of the aspects of it. And this is absolutely no reflection on you guys. You've done a magnificent job. I would love to throw my heart over the bar on this one, but I just want to know what that bar looks like.
Very clearly shows this has turned out to be one of those issues that getting your agenda packet on Thursday night or Friday morning and getting to it, not having a chance to really do a debriefing or some substantial work on our part and with staff makes it hard to move forward. It's not that we're trying to delay.
Okay, any other comments, questions, trials, tribulations? Thank you very much, gentlemen. Appreciate it. Okay, we have got one other item on the agenda before we go into closed session. Would council like to take a lunch break, or let's get through that?
How long is executive session going to be? You have one litigation?
Got one matter, and
Yeah, I'm not sure that it's going to be terribly long.
We've got a written report.
Yeah.
A lot of questions on his report, but we could even delay going into detail on it later. I could give some written comments and go into it later if you wanted to at another meeting date.
So, hang on.
I get the sense we're trying to get this meeting wrapped up soon.
We either break for lunch and we'll come back. I don't have a problem with that either.
I don't work through lunch. We're close.
Okay.
Let's get it done.
Let's get it done.
Shall we try to see if we can get everything done by 1:30? It's a concept.
Public session?
Public section, maybe.
We just got this one, right, on Parks and Recs. Is that the one you had the questions on? And then a closed session?
Then we have the
on
closed
one case.
section,
I think
yeah.
we get through it now.
All right, then. Then, Stan, you're on.
Would you like me to go through this, or do you just want me to address questions? I'd be happy to do it either way.
Questions from council to...
Excuse me, could we read the item? in
Oh, I'm
reference
terribly
to the
sorry.
public
This is a
notice?
presentation overview of Community Services Department, Parks and Recreation Programs and Facilities. We have gotten a pretty well done and pointed overview from Stan Chair on his various projects and what's going on. I tell you what, Stan, why don't you give us a quick highlight of what you feel like has been accomplished and achieved, and we'll just start there.
Well, I won't get into any specific program details, but basically what's happened to us in the last year is we've, in the Recreation Division that handles the programming of these activities, we've lost 5 out of 6 staff members. So essentially we found ourselves with the obvious realization that we had to find another way to provide, to deliver services and maintain the existing service levels. And we've only been able to do that through creating partnerships in the community and also trying to solicit sponsorships to pay for existing programs. And I think, looking in the rearview mirror, we've been relatively successful with that. I don't think that we've had a major drop-off in our service levels. And the staff has come to the realization that it is what it is because it's not what it was, and they're all working hard to keep things going. So there are some facility recommendations in here. I think those are quite obvious too. We have a 37-year-old building that we live in, and it looks like it's 37. We need to make some significant changes there in order to enhance our programming experiences. If we're going to continue to solicit events of an athletic nature, we really need a facility. I mean, when it gets right down to it, the city owns nothing. We don't have an athletic facility. The CACC still owns the community play fields, and the school district owns everything else. So we really do need an asset that we can schedule individually and not become this cooperative effort that currently exists. And to touch on what you said earlier, Claire, is that what we saw last night at the opening of the Bonanza Park is really where this park system needs to go into the future. Building smaller parks that are accessible to the neighborhood so that we don't have transportation issues. Kids can easily transport themselves to a facility and have a park-like experience. So that's as quick as an overview as I can give. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Got a question when you're ready.
A question on the Boys and Girls Club stepping up to taking some of the after-school programs. How has that worked?
It's worked out great. I mean, it's done a couple things. One, we've avoided a duplication in the community where we were both offering similar type programs. So they're handling the before and after school programs. We're still handling holiday sessions. We have a kids' night out. We do snow days. And we still have a full summer camp like we always have, Camp Tadaka. And in addition to that, we've actually added some new programming for 12 through 16-year-olds this year that we're really excited about. It's an outdoor adventure class. So the partnerships have allowed us to be a little more diverse in what we offer, reach a whole nother interest group, a whole nother age group. So I would have to say that the partnership with the Boys and Girls Club couldn't have worked out better.
There was a concern originally, and I think Hal was involved with it, regarding mental health moving into the building, and some of the seniors had some concerns.
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell me how that's been addressed?
Well, El Dorado County, with Veterans Affairs and Mental Health, have taken up 1/3 of the building. So there were some rooms within the senior center that programs have been displaced. So to address that, we have remodeled a couple rooms within the rec center and moved those programs there. And what we've seen is we've been able to offer more programming in conjunction with the senior center and our building for seniors than we had prior to this move. We're still in a little state of uncertainty because El Dorado County hasn't completely moved in yet. And change is tough, especially for seniors, especially for people my age. So, but they're adapting, and retrospectively, I'm surprised that it's gone as well as it has.
I got to say, Stan, you've done a lot with very little, but I don't know if I'm just naturally a glass half full instead of a half empty instead of a half full. I just look at this overview, and our city obviously is deteriorating. It's an old city, and we've just been treading water. We're going to make a huge capital investment in our roads, and that's probably going to take every bit of capital we can even foreseeably imagine, even with TOT increases. We have a huge hole in this community with this rec center, 37 years old. You go in there, and I remember when I was a kid, I was so proud I knew it was, but that's going to need, even to maintain the state it's in, it's going to need a lot more money in your budget. And I guess I'm shocked how time has gone by. Is really the community college field near the end of its projected life already?
Actually, it's exceeded it.
I just can't believe that.
I've had the good fortune to put a lot of these fields in, and we did one job that at the time we did it was the largest artificial turf installation in one venue in the world, and we could only get a 7-year warranty out of it.
Because that
was a $13.5 million project.
So it could be used more and last longer. I'm looking back retrospectively now. Should at least grass you can resod it. It's a huge investment to put in a new artificial field, isn't it?
The advantage to artificial turf is you more than double your programmability. So with grass, you've got to let it rest, and you've got to fertilize.
I understand. That's why I voted for it and pushed for it.
Yeah.
But what does it cost, off the top of your head, to replace that field again?
Oh, it's going to be $700,000 to $900,000.
And the JPA's only has a little bit of money for maintenance stuff. We couldn't come up with enough money to
There's a pretty good pot in there. Maybe 50% of that.
We got a lot of people.
It may not be that much either. One advantage that field has, and the only reason that it's made it this long, is that it's so shaded. And UVs are the biggest enemy other than sunflower seeds doing artificial turf.
Have you been happy with that product? We had a choice of a couple. Is there other products out there now that you feel are better?
I mentioned that facility I worked on over the hill, and we went through a 2-year process of trying to pick out which turf was the best turf. And we chose the one that we knew would be in business long enough to honor the warranty. This field is a great example of that. That guy was out of business 2 years after he put it down. They have a catalyst you put with the glue to glue the seams together. When they installed that turf, they forgot to put the catalyst in. So, the seams were inevitably going to tear like they have. There's a lot of people that are in that business, and there's only 1 or 2 that are very successful.
So I think that's maybe the JPA, we should begin discussions on that, because
I agree.
I thought a lot of presentations were given both the TRPA and there about how this wasn't going to deteriorate and pollute the groundwater, and how it was going to last. And
well, those things are true.
So I guess all I'm saying is, look at this. There's a lot of work to do, and these public-private partnerships, like with the ice rink, we're going to have to find marriages, and I hope that they didn't leave thinking that we didn't want it. We were just trying to make sure that the partnership, if it's going to be such a long-term partnership, was going to give some benefits to the community. But this, I guess, we're going to have to deal with it. This or future councils are really going to have to deal with the rec complex and our community play fields. That's what jumps out at me here. I don't know. Seems like the Reagan Beach and Lakeview Commons, they've really been a real plus on our side. But the two negatives are those.
The infrastructure is beginning to show its age.
Yeah, it's like us up here, I guess.
Yeah. No, yeah. The other question I had was bike paths. For example, behind Meeks, when it roams around, and we went over that on the weekend, and it's in a lot of disrepair. I'm not quite sure. Does the funding comes from the JPA, comes from the city? What's the replacement schedule, cleaning? How do we do all that?
With the
work.
With the approval of Measure R, we can now spend JPA money on existing trails for rehabilitation. Prior to that point, we couldn't have. We had to do it on only trails that were built with that Measure S money. City crews do the majority of that work. What we need to keep our fingers crossed for is a successful application for the bicycle transportation account, which will provide almost $650,000 worth of trail rehabilitation, which would go from Helen all the way to Los Angeles.
Well, my question is, do we have a plan to repair or overlay the existing bike paths with Measure R? Are we going to develop one? I'm talking behind Meeks there now. It needs some work.
Yeah. That's what the bike committee for the JPA is considering right now. They're developing a plan. We gave them the conditions of the existing trail that we put together for the application for the BTA grant. And the JPA did get involved in our application to the point where they put $100,000 as a cash match, so that we could leverage that money for the $475,000 that we were going to get from the BTA. So if we are approved, then we should know by July 1st.
Will anything happen this summer?
I don't think we could even get through engineering this summer.
So the answer is no.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to be over-optimistic, so the answer to the public would be nothing's going to happen to the existing bike paths this summer. We have a plan to address it, but it won't be till next year.
There may be some rehabilitation done through what the JPA decides to do with the recommendations from the bike committee.
Okay, thank you.
Stan, what this did for me was just whet my appetite for real detail and a real report that I'm eager to see, because it's a great start on it, and I think this identifies for the council issues that if we want the information and want to really focus on what I believe is the one thing we can do as a city to really enhance the economic viability of the community is organized recreation. The rest of it, it's our partnership with the private sector bringing people in. But this is the one piece where we can. So I have just a lot of comments and some questions to try to figure out how do we support you to get the data to make the case to the public about investment. And as we look long-term at CIP investment, where we are. So a couple of questions and comments, so bear with me if you will. One, what my understanding when we were going through the reorganization is that the software that's over at the rec center is not very adequate to track and to understand who our customer is in many ways. And that's one of the baselines we need to understand if we do a remodel or any changes at the complex to program services, even to adequately hire the right kind of staff. We really need to start knowing, or do we have that many young swimmers, poor swimmers, senior swimmers, college as a partner? Is that accurate, that we need, that we don't have software to deal with that?
We don't have any software, period. You know, we're doing registration like it was done in the early 70s. We're doing it in a folder.
So that's one of the starting places, to have data to justify really how our facilities are being used and could be used.
Right. The only thing we have is facility reservations online. Everything else is, we have nothing to create any demographic information about who our customer is.
So to project forward, that's our starting line problem that we have. And then looking at that with the one thing I noticed, you're talking about a swim program with active adults and alignment with the Red Cross for lifeguard training and certifications. A problem that was presented to us as we were looking at staff changes was a lot of concern about would we be offering the same level of service and swim lesson programs and doing it. In this, I see you hit two pieces, but not the part that says we're going to be delivering the same level of swim lesson opportunities, open swim. Will we be having that?
Yes, I mean, actually, with the addition of the master's swim program and with what I think is more efficient training, we've actually raised the bar a bit in aquatics.
All right. And then moving on, then as we're looking at with the existing infrastructure needing attention, can you and Hillary remind me how much of, because we don't have any real numbers here in real assessment, we have just, I think what looks like your really good gut professional level, just by looking at it, you can see where you would start, but we don't really have anything to be a programmatic or facilities assessment here. How much of this is in the CIP and where is it? As I remember it, we really didn't actively look at putting in our recreational needs in here.
Yeah, maybe I can provide a brief update. Jim Marino, the CIP manager, and I have been discussing this and talking about an update required to the CIP. I believe where we started the process last year was what existing projects were on the books and how we prioritize those and how we look at funding those in the near term. Really the next step of the CIP development, which we need to start on and are planning to do so this year, is talking to the various departments at the city, understanding what our needs are for whether or not it's increased usage of a facility and or ADA issues, and basically being that kind of our making that our next plan for how we address CIP needs, but we're not there yet.
And okay, and I remembered those discussions going in and knowing we needed time to do it. So this just feels like you're giving us the information to say where we need to start going.
Right, and we're still in the process of trying to solicit responses to a questionnaire we put out as a needs assessment in the community. And based on the information that we get out of the needs assessment, we can make some assumptions based on what the community wants and needs on where we go with facility development and or rehabilitation. But the information we get back from that needs assessment will be the basis for a park and recreation plan, which will identify facility needs and programming needs.
Now, I know my family hasn't done it yet. How do we access that?
It's online.
It's online?
Mm-hmm.
So, all right. So it's a reminder to me to look at it. But I just count on my text alerts. Next, just on the play fields, touching on what Hal did. So it's not snow globe that's caused the problems at the field. It's that it's just getting old and we're really noticing it now.
Yeah, and we just had the field professionally cleaned, which hasn't been done before. It's where you take one machine that literally sucks up the infill, which is the play surface.
Right.
The plastic is just dressing. And then it filters, and then it kicks it back and rakes it back in. We just had that done last week.
Do we have, okay, and then, I'm sorry to keep going, but I told you I had several questions to ask. Is that right, Madam Mayor? Looking at that with the athletic complex, we've talked about it. I would love to see more information on that. I think that's one of the cornerstones we need in the next step in this data you're bringing, the overview, and developing a needs assessment and master plan for what we need and what an athletic complex would look like. Unfortunately, I don't think we're going to look like what all of us sports parents are used to seeing in Reading and Sparks and everywhere else. We're not likely to get 12 acres and 8 softball fields back to back and soccer fields.
No, but if we were smart about the way we designed it, we would have 4 full-size baseball, softball fields, and then with portable fencing, you can accommodate that usage even from soccer or Pop Warner football to youth baseball in the same complex.
And that goes to my next point. What would it take to be able to get an assessment of where we are best positioned to try to capture market? Because obviously, this is not a unique situation. I was at Women Legislators kind of day in Sacramento yesterday. Reading, Shasta, like every, Elk Grove, they've got them, and they're talking about doing more and investing more in the facilities. So it's not new for someone to try to capture it, but they're not Tahoe. So
it's very
what would
competitive.
it take, and what markets are we looking at?
Right. Well, it's very competitive, but we have a built-in market here with Sacramento and the Bay Area, and also Carson City, Reno, Sparks. But what we have over them is the natural environment. I mean, if we had competitive facilities, there's certainly more people that would come here because of the diversity of the recreational opportunities and then play their tournament and bring the family. I mean, we certainly have more to offer than they do over the hill, and we certainly have more to offer than Reading, for example, where it's 115.
Yeah. So, but it sounds like we need a market study to go with this, to really look at what size tournament are we getting, because there are some tournaments that might require, is it soccer, more so than softball, more so than baseball, or Pop Warner, or the combination? What size do we need? Do we need 4 fields or 10 fields? You need tools to be able to get that data to make a recommendation on what these complex locations need to look like. The other question being, too, on neighborhood park development. I understood when I was running for election that Gary Moore and staff had really identified opportunities throughout the city for neighborhood parks. We still aren't rolling in the dollars, but I would love to see that brought forward as part of what we're looking at, and in phasing in where our priorities are, where those could be, especially when we do have a few development projects going in to see where or if it fits among the other pieces that we need. The other question I had was on going back to the rec complex with the gym floor and doing it. Are you what do you need anything now without us having someone fall through a floor? Or
No, it's a slab, so we're safe. But
okay, good. I'm relieved about that.
I mean, the locker rooms are in a state of disrepair. There's some things that need to be addressed relatively soon.
Between the two projects, working on the rec complex or the play fields, what would you look at first?
We should look at the rec complex. Okay. You know, we've had some discussions with TSE about trying to create kind of a high-altitude training center, and if we could make some improvements to our existing building, we could really complement each other well.
But I would posit. Oh, excuse me. Go ahead.
And it's going to be, you know, a better facility and a safer facility for our local residents.
But I think we need to really be outlining what we need in the way of playfields, because whether we're working with partner agencies, since we have no assets and we don't have a lot of land that's likely to get turned into it unless we want to really take that corner at Ski Run and 50, and finally give it something to do. And I doubt, and it's not even ours anymore.
Yeah, force them to do it.
There we go. But that we really need to line that up and look at where we're doing if we're going to, it is in building a shared vision. So my question then would be to the council and to you, Stan, and to the city manager is there an appetite to get more? I have a strong appetite to get more data for us to be able to figure out, especially when we talk about things like a TOT, to be able to pay for infrastructure or the like. This, I think, is something for the lodging community or for the community makes a lot of sense beyond roads, that this is that kind of thing they might want to invest in because they could see it could lead to more prosperity in the community. TSE already gave us data that showed what they're doing is bringing in more TOT. It's bringing in new bodies into this community. I'd like more data to back it up and show it, and for us to figure out what's the right scale for us among the various solutions.
And I agree, and I think I was getting to, we're going to be spending a lot of money on roads, which they need it. Right. Maybe we need to look at some of that COP money and some of the roads off of the major thoroughfares, waiting and investing in our recreation amenities. I see the money sitting here, and we're a recreation community, and our recreation facilities are subpar to just about any place I go. Yes. And it's
most hotels you go to.
You've been this baling wire, and I mean, you've been holding things together, and I mean, you have such great information and ideas, and I'd sure like to give you some tools. I think this whole community would really begging for some upgraded recreation amenities. So I think that's when we relook at our 5-year plan, I think we might want to look at not just putting all, if we do those COPs and we get that TOT money, not putting it all to roads, but recreation is really right up there. And I think that's where I was trying to go with this rather than half-full thing.
I think you're right. So what does it take for us to move it forward? Is it just asking staff to bring back the next proposal?
We look at our 5-year plan again.
Well, but it's not just our 5-year plan, because I think that's a key part of it with what we know and are fixing. But on the other hand, I'm not, and you know from building things, I hate spending money once to fix a rec room up now if in 3 years we really think we're onto a tool that can do what really needs to be done and to really lay it out. So I'd like to see bigger tools. Some of the short-term needs obviously have to be addressed, but I'd really like to understand what the plan is in the building blocks to get us where we need to go, so we know how to spend dollars once if
That's
possible.
right, because what happens, and I've seen this before, we'll spend the money, then 10 years we still don't have the funds. So then the study, we got to study again. So we studied the study, studied the study. So we have to identify funding with it at the same time.
And that's the thing, so that and to me we're building toward that TOT and showing the community that we do have a clear vision for what we can deliver to them and what will benefit them.
Any other questions of Stan? Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Before we go into closed session,
Do open it, please.
oh, I'm sorry, what? Oh, I'm sorry, public comment on the presentation on Parks and Rec. Do we have any public comment? Anyone want to speak to this issue? Seeing no one, then I will take it back to council and ask the city clerk if you have any comments.
But your next meeting is May 15th.
City attorney?
I just got a couple things I want to touch on briefly. First of all, we are looking at our formal bid process as to how we handle it for equipment, supplies, and concessionaires. We're doing a comprehensive overview of that process, what we need to do in Section 6, and how we can make it clearer, cleaner, so we don't have a situation like we did today. We did that with Public Works over the last year. Today you did award 2 Public Works contracts with no problems. One of them you didn't even award to the lowest bidder. We have the process in place so we can deal with those issues without the council necessarily getting involved in a discussion like we had today. And you'll have 2 more Public Works contracts coming here in the next month, and I'm expecting those to be just as clean. So basically what we did for Public Works, and working with engineering, working with Sarah, her department, we've implemented the changes for Public Works. We're going to be doing the same thing with Gary O'Neill, purchasing, finance, and anybody else who would be appropriate. So we are working on that, and I don't want to have the situation that we had here today and what we had on March 20th or whenever again. So that's one thing. The second thing is my annual date of employment is June 1st. So I was going to put my performance evaluation on the agenda for May 15th. Yeah, you just did it last year. So unless there's other feedback I get from you, if you want to wait till June 5th, but I was going to put that on the agenda here soon so that we can start. Okay.
And we'll get to it in another year or so. Okay. City manager? Nothing. Okay. I'm going to start with Hal. Comments?
A
Tom?
couple quick things. I met with Steve Morales yesterday, and they're remodeling with the middle school. And he's going to have a whole bunch of portable classrooms available. They're 24 by 40 feet, and they have electrical and heating in them. And he said, I don't know if they had any use for them in the city. So I'm going to check with maybe the airport, maybe Parks and Recs, need some storage. So if you do have a need, go through Steve and get coordinated. They're about, 20 years old or so? Oh, yeah.
Well loved.
Well, but they're still in pretty good shape. So. A couple other quick things, and I have maybe it's a protocol, maybe it's a concern, Claire, but you made a comment that you met with staff at the police department, and I'm uncomfortable with council members meeting with staff unless we agree to go meet with staff. And I'll tell you why. You made a comment that there was $11,000 overtime that they brought this up. TAUs, the poster made some comments about the city giving away. They're not ours. The TAUs belong to the property. We have no ownership over those. All they ask permission to transfer what they own to a wonderful project on the Nevada side. And by the way, I think we still have over 3,000 TAUs back in the city. Or 2,000. My point is, we have 2,000, 1,500, whatever it is, and we haven't used any of those in 20 years, hardly. The TAUs would be if a new hotel wants to come in town. So it wasn't an issue of giving something away. And only in Lake Tahoe we create a commodity that never existed anywhere else in the world. You know, we put a value on TAUs. I still don't know what the word we did. But I think that's important to know. Also, Edgewood Properties bought the property, demolished it at their own expense, and by the way, like yesterday, it was a good statistic, they recycled 60%. They call it deconstruct. And it took 60% of the materials out of that building and recycled. That is that impressed me. Plus, all the furniture went to the needy, the people that needed it in town. The local community, this is one of the first times I've ever seen this, the local community was extensively involved in the design of that site. They had a site barbecue there for the residents. I designed, I think we all attended a charrette over at Edgewood, attended by local residents. There was a tremendous amount of local community input into that project. Edgewood Properties is paying to put a new park in. They don't have to do that. They could have just saw it and walked away. And this park is timely done. I was asking them about it yesterday. Timely done with the acquisition cost, the demo, building, the planning, everything else. They're going to be in this close to $1 million, $750,000. And they're giving this back to the community for only us doing the maintenance. And one of the folks said, well, city's getting stuck with the maintenance. You know what? I'll stand in line every day for that kind of deal. When you're getting a $750,000 pocket park that Andrew was talking about, that's a good deal. And in the very end, I applaud Edgewood Properties for doing the civic right that they're doing here in this. They don't have to do any of this. They could have just taken a property, tore it down, like I said, Monogram, and walked away. They went above and beyond, and I wish there were more companies like this in this town that had the civic responsibility to do what Edgewood Properties did, and I want to thank them personally. They've really given a good gift to this town, even though they're in the back.
Just to correct one thing, we passed an ordinance
Yes,
that would require anybody who wanted to take a development right out of the city limits to do something environmentally or economically.
No, I
and so,
understand that, but we created that
well,
commodity.
no, we created it, and I think that's the first time there's been so many projects that have been torn down, and they go over to North Shore, and we don't get anything for it. So I think that's a good example of government coming in and making some requirements.
Sure.
And
But they didn't have to go that extensive. They could have just green belted it and walked away.
Bruce?
We heard this morning a number of people being concerned about the condemnation or potential condemnation because of the relocation of Highway 50. And I was looking at my notes when I attended that one APC meeting in January. There were a number of citizens there complaining about the Fanny Bridge because they said that TDD was not listening to them, that they were making comments and it wasn't being received. And I have to say that I have the same impression now, where we're hearing from TDD staff that there seems to be a consensus in that area to support this project. But when we see, what do we see, a dozen people today opposing the rerouting, that we need to look at this, because my primary concern here is obviously it's going to fall on this council's doorstep as to whether we want to use the power of eminent domain. And I'm concerned about that. But in any event, I guess we're going to have some discussion of this soon, where there's going to be a workshop. When will that be?
Well, I think Angela said she was going to bring it up, so why don't we talk about agendizing it? So we can...
Want me to I'll pick up on that since I'd already requested it earlier.
Well, I'm not finished yet.
All right, well, all right, then don't go into it because I already asked about it.
I said it first.
No, I said it 3 hours ago. Neener.
I have to say one other thing about the Bonanza Park. The reason this came about was because the council passed that ordinance controlling TAUs from leaving the area. And I have to also say that was Hal Cole's proposal. I don't think anybody else would have thought of it. And I was surprised you weren't at the park yesterday. I hope you're there when it opens.
I'm working, which is a good thing.
Angela?
One, I'd just like to follow up on the fact that I had requested to see if, in addition to the May 15th presentation originally organized with TTD, that we could organize a special meeting, an evening meeting so the public can attend since there's huge public interest. The 29th have been identified with TTD staff and Hillary Roverud as a date when they would all their key players would be available. Hillary would be available, and they'd have time to get materials and visuals prepared for us to get a good briefing on the Loop Road and with some context into the South Shore Vision Plan and the old area. I don't even know if is it an area plan, Hillary, the state line to ski run, or is it community plan? Thank you. So I'm getting so used to the new TRPA lingo. So I would hope we could do that. It would keep it on a Tuesday. If not, I'd be amenable to another date. Having been at that public meeting, I have an intuition that this is an issue that it is better for us to hit it head on as soon as we can and to become fully informed than later and letting it slip into June or July. That it would be, if we could do it in May, would be ideal. So I'll see, one, is there a second to hold the special meeting, and then interest on the setting dates?
Evening?
Evening. I would suggest a 6, probably expecting it to be, 2 hours, 6 to 8? And council, really, as a reminder, we really haven't had this come to us. There's been sort of this tacit information coming to you as I've shared it. It's in the RTP. It's not a new idea. But in the details on what's happening, we need a really full briefing. There's a lot of information to cover. Any questions then on times? The 29th, so there's no objection to it?
The 20th or 29th, you said?
29th. So then that's the Tuesday after Memorial Day. That information will go out. With that, just a reminder, on May 11th, TTD will be meeting here on the South Shore at TRPA at 9:30. And one of the main topics of discussion will be the relocation assistance plan based on the preferred alternative that's been identified thus far for the Loop Road relocation that takes it up from up kind of through that bottle shop area, Fern Road, and then around to the existing Loop Road area. And as part of the EIR process going on and the programming, they are required to have a relocation plan available and presented, and it will be being presented to the board at that time. So I invite any of you, if you're interested in attending, or the public to attend. It's a time to start getting some more baseline information on how that project is shaping up. And then the second thing I had requested was for the May 5th to agendize on May 15th a discussion on Lakeview Commons, including the naming issue, if there's any appetite on the part of the council to participate in it. Frankly, I'm still unclear, and that's been one of the struggles, is to understand, do we ask for a public process, or are we just really looking at empowering the steering committee to come back and making sure we have the representatives still in line that had been appointed a couple of years ago? I'm not exactly sure, in other words, how this needs to look or what it is, but I do think this issue of the naming and moving forward for the next phases of Lakeview Commons needs to be looked at. And now, time like the present on the 15th to have that take shape under staff's expert eyes on really what it is we need to be taking action on and what our authority is.
Okay. Finally. Oh, I'm sorry.
To put it on?
First, the 29th meeting is for sure?
It sounds like it was for sure. No, question didn't matter.
May 29th, right?
29th at 6.
That's regarding the Loop Road?
Yes.
And for that purpose only, right?
Well,
So no other staff stuff.
the Loop Road and its related pieces, no, I don't think any other issues.
And then you're asking for a second to put the,
To put Lakeview Commons on, and again, at this point, I think it's going to deal with the naming issue. In what way, shape, or form that comes forward, I don't know. I think I would leave that to staff to refine. For instance, and the reason I'm saying that is, we lease the property, it's owned by El Dorado County, so I don't know if we say we want to do this, or to, like, really literally, what would legal counsel advise us as to what to do? Is it that we do it through the steering committee? There are still some issues to be vetted out on how that moves forward, but I think the time has come to have that discussion if it's going to happen.
Aren't we at a point where we can vote a name up or down by the council and the county board of supervisors? I mean, why elongate the process?
Because I think, to me, that's not a good public process. One, it sets people up to be saying there's only one choice or one opportunity out there. I think we need to set the terms of, if we're interested in it, what would it be?
No, I think this has already been vented a couple of years ago. I think that we've seen 3 people for the first time come in front of the city council. We have Norma Santiago that's been sending emails to everyone. I don't think this is the issue.
Can't really
Let's
discuss.
not get into a real
discussing.
discussion. Yeah, we'll put it on the May 15th agenda. And we can have it.
Is there a second?
Don't get me started.
Well, and that's why, but I felt like we do need to address it. So if there's no interest on it, then that in its own way does. I would like to separate that out, then maybe can I make this as 2 issues to be put on the calendar? Secondly, there are issues in the 56 acres. We actually, as is distinct from just the Lakeview Commons portion, in looking at restoration of the steering committee and looking at it, talking with TSE and what their plans for what they want to do, really plays back into those later phases that were supposed to be going on the interior side of that property. And I'd really like to see the council address what it would take to get the committee on and defining with the planning department what they'd be interested in seeing go forward and looking for potential funding and what the scope of projects could be. That's separate from a naming issue. Is there interest in doing that?
What is the CTC? I guess I don't want to talk about it. I just wondered, is there some possibility for, we spent a lot of time, charrettes,
right,
hundreds of thousands of dollars are spent. Is there something now happening that would precipitate us revisiting
There's some
it?
potentials for some funding out there,
No, we're
so
talking
that's
about
why.
the 56 acres.
That's why, just to get the committee together to look at what those options are, not to change, but to see what would be the path forward and the priorities.
Well, yeah, I'd like to hear about what opportunities there are, because
And that's why, so could we put that on the agenda, and that could be later in June
yeah,
sometime
certainly.
to
I'd
really
like at
flesh
least an
that out a little
update
bit more.
and find out what options we have, because the whole community was totally excited about
Absolutely.
looking at those pictures and all the money spent. So yeah, if there's some options on the table, I'd like to see.
And they're not necessarily up front, but it's needing to look at what's out there and what we think may be coming in. It's ready to come forward, but probably not before mid-June.
Well, if you have some information, CTC, and you want to arrange
Yeah.
with staff when you could have a presentation.
We'll see it as we get everything put together.
okay. Couple issues that I'd like to raise. The first one I kind of glanced over, but I'd like to see if I could create a task force on this issue of hotels versus apartments. This is going to come before us on a couple of different levels. There is an effort right now to see about retiring old hotels and whether or not this is something that we want to try to get funded on a state or even a national level, what that means. There is a real issue with some of these properties where investors are looking at hotel properties and considering them for investment as apartment buildings. Apparently is quite lucrative. There's an issue on the side of social services where there is a feeling that social services has that there's an awful lot of folks who are being sent to Tahoe because housing is cheap. The end result of the task force is informational only, but hopefully to guide council in exactly the extent of the problem and the possibilities of what we can do about that problem, not only from a social services standpoint, but also in terms of any impact it may have on the regional plan.
Is it a staff report, or how do you see it? I'm just trying to understand if it's a
No,
committee
it would
need
be
or
a,
a...
no, it would be a public. I would propose specific people from various other disciplines, not city staff, that could simply come before it in an open meeting to talk about the issues of housing. For example, with Paul Sterling, he had a couple of ideas on how he thought that the city should regulate its TOT. Apparently, we have a fall-off of collecting TOTs after 60 days. And so I just simply would like to convene a task force to explore the extent of the problem, to present back to council. And this is again from Paul, and I can only, I've done no more research than that, but essentially that after a certain time period, if it's 30 days, it's converted to, it's not considered to be a TOT, it's considered to be a rental. Yes, I'm sorry. I'm terribly sorry if I...
You said 60 days. After 30 days, we don't pay TOT if it's somebody staying 30 plus days.
So I would just simply like to convene a task force to just discuss the extent of the problem outside necessarily the city, and just have that report
Could we start with a workshop and just get the information presented to us and to see what a task force, then if there needs to be a task force, what it should look like in the areas we want to be involved in. I think that an idea of a workshop is really a good piece to have people come in and inform us where they see the issues.
The only reason that I went for task force over workshop was that I wasn't looking for a presentation to council, as more a kind of a sense of what the problem is, and then have a workshop after that, having defined the problem with specific, points of reference. So that's the reason that I went the other way around.
It's deja vu all over again.
Really? Have you all done this?
Well, no. Maybe it's time again, but when I was on TRPA, I was head of the Housing Task Force, Affordable Housing Committee, and we went through all of those issues. And we did some changes of allowing transferability and between multifamily and tourist accommodation, and we allowed bonus units to be used. But I think what we would accomplish, we do have an issue right now in our town, and the economy is driving it, that motels do not make any money as motels because they're such lousy shape, and there's more motel rooms than there's people. And what's a motel owner supposed to do except for rent it out, put a hot plate in, and get some money? We know this is going on, and I guess we should, because I can't talk about it now, maybe we should talk about it and then see what we want to do.
I'd like to identify the issues first, what Claire's saying, then discuss them. But I think it's time to readdress it again. It's been a long time.
Claire, I'd be glad to sit down with you and let's maybe we can get 2 or 3 focus points of possible action items. If nothing else.
If you've got this background, let's go
See
forward that way.
what we can do under the existing rules and regulations, and if there's something to be changed, maybe you could be the champion. I'd be glad to work with you on that.
Okay, great, super, Hal.
Is that okay with the council?
That'd be great if you could bring it in before we go to the thing of deciding who's on a task force or creating a task force and we don't know who council's working with or what we're doing. I'd like to identify. I think that would be great.
It sounds like a good solution. Thank you. Tom, in regard to the meetings with line people, I do understand your concerns and I appreciate it. This was informational, and it was more to kind of introduce me. It happened for fire and it happened for police, and I did go through the city manager. But I understand your trepidations, and please understand this was more the education for me as opposed to anything else.
Your feedback was they had some concerns they addressed you with, the 11,000. It's protocol, that's all.
I do understand. Anything else from council going forward? Okay, then we will adjourn the regular meeting, and we are about to go in. I'm sorry. Is there any public comment in regard to our closed session items? Item? Nope. Okay. Seeing none, I thank everybody, and we will adjourn the regularly scheduled meeting.